Welcome everyone. This is Sunway Chessable Sitges Chess Festival, and we are having already round 8. The game has just started. We have witnessed the gong on the platform. Usually we do have a special guest coming and making their first moves, or sometimes just opening the round. So we had that, and you guys, we are in the studio, Women Grandmaster Katie Tassalashvili and International Master Michael Rohal. Michael, what is your mood today? What do you think we're going to have?
I think we're having a good round. I saw that FIDE Vice President Lukasz Trulej from Poland was doing the gong. He was opening the round. Maybe he will also do the ceremonial move. We have to see if he's going to do that, supporting the tournament with his presence here. Lukasz is one of the main organizers as well as of many different tournaments, and always a person very supportive of chess tournaments. And today we have a wonderful round. Soon we'll see the statistics of yesterday's rounds and today's pairings, but I'm expecting very good things today. With only 3 rounds left, players are really going to put the fight in today and tomorrow because they really want to get to the last round with a chance of winning the tournament.
That's right. Let's take a look now at the results of the previous round. Round 7 was really crucial for Dominik Horváth. He lost the game against Inian Pa, and Inian Pa, Grandmaster from India, now takes the sole leading of the competition. We do have on the first board another leaders making a draw, which allows the rest of the players who had decisive results to take over the other leaders. So we do have then on the third board draw Aravin against Dogmus and the Murzin. We have Tiglan and Volok and Vetoshko winning their game alongside with others. And now they are the leaders, joining the leaders of the competition. Very tough day that players had yesterday.
You can just see by the results. The main result yesterday, apart from the fact that 4 players won with the black pieces, which is extremely rare in these situations, but those results, some of them surprising, leave us with the ranking, the top 10. This is a really cool graphic. You can see easily that Pan Inian is on 6.5 out of 7, leading the tournament. But look, Kitty, how many very strong players are following him with 6 points. But even with 5.5, I mean, any of these players, if they get a 3 out of 3 win, they could easily win the tournament. Our IM from Austria, Dominik Horváth, with his loss yesterday, has just dropped back a bit. But he was the early leader, so he'll have a good tiebreak. And also, I would highlight both Bryce Tyglon with 6 points, international master. He's performing 2700, so he's on his way to get his grandmaster norm. And also highlight Volodar Murzin. I mean, he's only 17 years old. He's just finished in Montesilvano, Italy, becoming vice world champion, and now he's on 6 points, very young and already fighting for the top scores of the tournament. But anything can happen. Quite a few Indian players, 4 Indian players in the top 10. I mean, and Seturaman waiting for his chance to strike at the first place. Anything could happen today.
Anything can happen today. It's time to take a look at the pairings, what we have on the table today. I really wonder who will be the opponent of Inian and who will try to stop this guy. He is doing amazing, actually.
It's Volodar. Volodar is floating up as he has 6 points and Inian has 6.5. The strongest player floats up to catch.
Yeah.
Floats up to catch the leader. Volodar plays with the white pieces. That suggests to me that he will try his best to win the game today and overtake Inian in the score table. But Inian is playing very well. It's slightly weird because normally, Keti, when a player has more points, he gets to choose his color according to the Swiss system. Yesterday, Inian played with black. He defeated Horváth with black. But as he won a game by forfeit against Lenier, that means his color schedule is different because he didn't play that game. So that's why he's repeating 2 blacks, which is unusual because normally the player with most points chooses his color. And as he played with black yesterday, he normally would have gone to white today. But he's repeating black because of the forfeit with linear.
And also, Voldar himself had black pieces yesterday.
Correct.
So, as he has higher rating, we do have now the this situation with the color. Let's take a look once again at the playing venue. Check it out if all the players are at the board, just to check out the situation. Funny fact in the playing venue. What I just saw, I was there right before the start of the round. There we do have this streamers corner, and we have some of the players streaming, and we have two streamers facing each other.
Oh.
That's going to be really a lot of fun. So let's now take a look of the playing venue full screen. Maybe we can spot them out.
I did see today there was a streamers dinner. They were having dinner all together, which was quite nice. And you know, probably talking about the tournament, how to stream, even technical details. That was quite nice. And yeah, I can see. I think it's Jules against Alexander, although I might be mistaken. But in the first board, I think it's them. Yeah. So, of course, both cameras are streaming. They could probably just use one and stream it to both players. But each of them has their settings and their own lighting details and whatnot. So this will be quite interesting to see how this one pans out. And yeah, the funny thing is they've closed the curtains again, which it must be something to do with the lighting, Ketty, because it's such a nice view.
It was very sharp light today. I barely could stand there and see anything, so that
it has to do with that.
It's not a surprise that today we have another beautiful day.
Yeah.
Lovely December.
But for the viewers, the hotel the venue of the hotel is exactly standing now looking onto the beach, and at the bottom of the view you can actually see the golf course, which is next to us. So not only the Sunway hotel allows for a good chess tournament, but if any viewers also like to practice their golf, it's actually called the Sunway Golf Hotel. So there's a golf course. I actually play golf, and I had my clubs here, but nice. I haven't had time to go and play because, you know, Ketty, when you're working in tournaments, there's hardly time for anything else. That's right. Hopefully, I'll get a chance at some point, and if not, I'll just come back in the summer and play at some other point.
It's a fantastic place indeed. And our chat on Twitch says that there is another very interesting matchup. Kostya Kovitsky from Chess Dojo is playing against Atusa. Kostya, we have now him on the screen, and Atusa is another streamer. She just started to stream on her channel. She's not streaming at this tournament, but she starts to be very active. She started to have some matches with Hikaru. People
Atusa, she was married to Hikaru not quite recently, maybe 2 or 3 months ago, I think. No?
Yes, that's
right. So it's natural that she'll also take up the same hobbies. It'll be really interesting to see how her career as a streamer goes forward. But she's not streaming here.
No, she's not streaming here.
Okay, so that will be an interesting one. We'll keep an eye on that game as well and see if maybe Atusa has had the preparation of openings of her husband. That would be funny, no? I've even heard rumors that maybe Hikaru will drop off and come around here at some point, because maybe they have to go to the World Rapid and Chess afterwards. So who knows? We'll see.
Who knows?
We'll keep you posted if we see Nakamura walking around the hotel. We'll keep you posted.
We're gonna do that, guys. Michael, something weird just popped up on my screen. Board 10 has already ended. Shall we just check it out?
Jules Moussard has defeated Mahdi Golami, but this might be a mistake, or it seems that White has won. What I'm going to do, as the position seems just a theoretical position, if you think it might be a good idea, I'm going to send a small text message to the main arbiter and get the information, because this could mean several things. It could be a mobile phone that has sounded in the hall. That would be the most typical situation after 10 moves. Nothing has happened and a player wins or loses. But it also could be a technical problem. For some reason, there could be a glitch in the program. If we could check board 10, that would be easier.
Are those players? No, they are actually playing.
Is that Jules on the right?
Yeah, I see him.
No,
And his opponent
there he
there,
is,
isn't
yeah,
it?
he's
Yeah.
on the left, yeah. So the game is in progress, which means it must be a technical glitch.
Yes.
Which is the other reason normally you see some results which don't correspond with the game. So okay, so our
Everything is under control
our
so far.
technicians
Everything is just fine.
will correct that and it'll be all good.
Yeah, you guys, let us know. We have the chat open of YouTube and Twitch. Let us know if there is anything interesting going on some of the boards. If you see that, please do let us know, and we will try to catch up all the interesting things. And I think it's time to start the chess analysis and check it out. The first
Yep,
board, the
let's-
leaders board.
Let's go straight to the Volodar Murzin against Inian board. For those of you who are following the broadcast on my own channel of YouTube, I'm doing it in English with Ketty alongside with me here. But a quick word in Spanish. Para los que me seguís en el canal, esta retransmisión lo hacemos en castellano.
I love it.
Pero espero que estéis conmigo. So that was just to a quick say hello in Spanish to my followers. It sounds good, doesn't it, when someone speaks in Spanish? Okay. So
that was good. That was good.
yeah. So we're going to go straight to the first board, and we do have a London system. Volodar Murzin has decided to go for the London system.
Yeah, interesting. This is not the first time he chooses this opening. London system is known to be quite solid opening, and if the opponent plays a little bit careless, this position can also start to be very sharp. You can see here Ilian Pa spend a little bit time here in this position and decided to push the pawn on c5 to control the center and also to develop the light square bishop.
Yeah. Actually, when I think of the London system, I've always thought for myself that the best ways to play are to try and get the bishop outside the pawn chain before closing it. But many of the systems of the London are played with the pawn on e6. But in this game, Inian has played a very sensible opening. First he plays c5, and only when white plays e3, then he plays knight c6 and hits the bishop on g4. Ketty, this is a good advantage for black to get the bishop out, because then he doesn't have the problems associated with the enclosed bishop. But at the same time, I know there are some tricks with a quick h3 and g4 and other assorted tricks with the queen coming out to a4.
Yeah.
There is a theory of their own in this position. So, but of course, if I remember rightly, Volodar already played the London in this tournament.
He did.
So Inian will not have been surprised, and for sure will have prepared the opening today. That's for sure. But anyway, in any case, this is theoretical, and it's white's turn. He has to decide between playing h3, bishop e2, possibly bishop d3, and then there are creative moves such as queen to a4, creative moves such as d takes c5. There's many different options, and it all depends what sort of position Volodar wants to play. What do you think he'll choose here? Do you think he'll go for bishop e2 and castle, or something a bit more spicy? What do you think?
I think he'll go with the most solid setup.
The solid option.
Here, knowing his style of play, he doesn't like to go to sharp variations.
That is true. So he'll probably take something a bit more, something like bishop to e2. But of course, if you go with bishop e2, which is theoretical, black has the chance of playing bishop to d6, followed by castle. And I have to say, I would be reasonably happy with black in this position. I don't have any advantage, but my pieces have been developed well, and I think I can go to the middle game happily. What's he thinking about? He's not looking at the board, actually.
Not looking at the board. I think he's trying to memorize the lines. This is quite a common technique when they are memorizing the lines. They are looking to the side and trying to think that way. Sometimes when you're looking at the chessboard, you're getting more distracted.
Yeah.
Then
maybe you don't want the pieces in your view, so you can see them more fluid. I have a funny story. Let me tell you a very simple and funny story about that. Two of the players who always do this are Vasily Ivanchuk, as you know,
yes,
and also Alexei Shilov. These are players who like to look outside the chessboard. So one day I was playing in the national championship here in Spain, and I was playing my game on board 30 or board 20, I don't even know. And Shidov was on board 3. And at some point, at about an hour through the game, I see him staring at me. And I'm looking at him, and he's staring at me. So I look down again, and I look up, and he's still staring at me. So I look behind me, just in case he's staring behind me. But nothing was happening behind me. And he started staring, he was staring at me for nearly 40 minutes. Of course, he wasn't staring at me.
Wow,
he was staring at some place behind me, some place on the wall or whatever. And then I checked the position after the game. I didn't ask him because obviously he wasn't staring at me. But funny enough, I was a bit intimidated. No? Because you're thinking, okay, Shidov is a very good player. What is he looking at? No? And he was like 40 minutes staring off the board before making his decision on the board. So,
wow.
Not a good thing to do if you're not a very high level player. Then it's best to stay on the board.
It takes some time, and they are actually training.
It's called blindfold vision.
I like to train like that and solve the puzzles, and it's
very good.
Very nice.
Very good training. Something that not many people do, but I think it's very good training because if you're able to solve puzzles without looking at the board, your capacities looking at the board will be even better. So we'll leave Volodar to decide on the move he wants to do here.
I do have a suggestion to check board 6.
Let's
here
go
we
straight
have
to board 6.
Yagis against Dominic, and the position is very interesting.
Okay, so with white, Erdogmus, he's the kid who was playing with black yesterday against Aravind. And this looks like the siesta variation. I wonder, is this...
Siesta variation?
Yeah.
There's a siesta variation?
Yeah, this is the Spanish. And I think you can check on your computer because I may be saying something completely ridiculous. But if I remember rightly, D6 followed by F5 is the siesta variation in the Steinitz deferred, and it leads to this weird position with the bishop on D3. But if I remember rightly, it's supposed to be very good for white. So I'm surprised that black has gone into this.
It is siesta variation. I'm just
variation.
checking it. Oh, wow.
Michael with this theoretical
Wow,
knowledge.
I love it. I would love to play this one,
for those of you who don't know what a siesta is, a siesta in Spain, I think it's an international word already, but it's a short power nap that you take after lunch between 15 and 25 minutes.
Are you taking siesta? Usually?
When I'm at home, I do, yes. But I try to make sure I never go over 25 minutes because
then you feel heavy, yeah?
Deep sleep comes in after 25 minutes, theoretically. And when I go over half an hour, I fall into deep sleep and then I'm groggy afterwards. So you have to take a power nap. 15 to 20 minutes is good.
Yes, and I think I have some Spanish, someone... from Spain.
Yeah, there's a reasoning behind it.
I really love siesta.
There is actually a reasoning behind it because in the south of Spain it's very hot. So workers in the south of Spain can't work at midday because of the heat. Yes. So typically they would find a shed or find some house and go to sleep in the afternoon, and that was the origin of the siesta. But nowadays a lot of people do a short nap if they can. And if I'm at home, I normally try to do it, yes.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, let's see what this siesta
It's thought to be very good for white. It's the typical variation that if you're not prepared, it can come as a surprise. But theory-wise, it's thought to be good for white. Normally this bishop is contested, and then white gets in d4. And if white is prepared, it's not such a good variation. But the kid, he's thinking, so maybe he doesn't remember the moves, or he's facing it for the first time.
I think here black has achieved what was planned to surprise the opening, and Yagis here at this point has thought already too much, not too much, but he took all the time, like
nearly 20
hour
minutes,
and 18 minutes right now, and he's still thinking. So sometimes all the chess players, they have the strategy, how they are preparing for the game. You can prepare what you know good, what you're comfortable, but very often you are preparing against your opponent, checking what your opponent has played, what your opponent is not comfortable to play or has a weakness. And I think this can be the home preparation of Dominic, and
for sure.
seems like it works so far.
Horvath decided to to try and trick the player. Of course, another very well known trap in this line for the viewers who want to put this into their repertoires. So in the Steinitz deferred, there's a nice trap called the Noah's Ark trap, which you know, of course, Katie. But I'll show the viewers because it's a trap a lot of people fall into. So if white goes for d4 here to try and do d5, black can go b5, bishop to b3, knight to d4, and this is called the trap of the Noah's Ark. Don't ask me where the name came from, because I have no idea. But this is a well-known trap, and queen to d5 looks as if it should win the game, but black has bishop to c6, dropping back to d7 again, and then with c4 you end up rounding up the bishop. And there's a huge amount of players who fall. Even strong players. Nepomniachtchi fell for this trap in one of his games many years ago, of course.
Really?
Yeah. And,
I like this one.
This is the
strong. Strong.
It's easy to fall into because normally in the normal Steinitz with d6 straight away, d4 is the main move and it's considered the strongest move. But when black includes a6 first, then you have to be very careful not to play d4 on the fourth move. That doesn't mean d4 loses. There is a gambit, but you can easily fall in this trap and then you're a piece down and you're going to lose the game. So we're always learning, always something to learn. When you look at the players, top level players, you always learn new ideas. Okay, so he's played bishop to e7. And in this position, of course, white has to decide on his moves. If I remember correctly, the strongest move was bishop to c2, contesting the bishop. But I do see that the computer suggests a move that I'd never seen, which is queen to b3. Does it say queen to b3? Get you there?
Yeah, it says queen to b3.
Yeah, I would never.
Such a weird move.
It's a very weird move. I didn't know this move, and if Erdogmas is able to come up with bishop queen to b3 here, that would be amazing.
Could be really
Because
nice.
you look at this position without knowing, and you go for bishop to c2. You contest the bishop, and when the bishops are up the board, then you break with d4.
Oh, nice.
But to play queen b3 here...
Well, there's actually a very nice idea. Let's follow what engine
with queen
suggests.
b3?
Queen b3, hitting the pawn on b7. First of all, I'm so curious what happens after b5, because the bishop is trapped.
You wouldn't even think of it. b5, and probably queen to d5, but let's see.
d5,
Queen to d5.
hitting the bishop.
So that's a double attack here. Yeah,
Yeah,
it makes sense.
and here white is already standing very strong. You have to play queen to d7. You take the bishop. White takes the bishop. Black has to take the bishop, and king in the center. Ruined pawn structure on the king side.
Queen to c2 or
And
maybe
d4.
queen to c4 are decent moves, and white is better here. So this is clear, but even so, thinking about queen to b3, I would still think it's a bit weird.
It's very weird.
Maybe he can't play b5 straight away, but the
There's
threat is there.
rook b8 as well. This is also a very nice
Rook
line.
b8.
Let's follow
go for
that.
rook b8, protecting and threatening.
Pawn. So queen d5, this is a key point here to hit the bishop. Bishop goes on g6. And now you just play d4
Now
and
it's time
open
to
up
open
the
up with
center.
d4. Yeah, it makes sense. When you see the move and you go over the lines, it makes a lot of sense. But it's not a candidate move that I think about. I knew the siesta variation, and I thought the bishop c2 was always the best move. Now I know queen to b3. I wonder if the 12-year-old kid will find this on his own. He's thinking about it, for sure.
It actually has been played earlier.
It has been played.
So in the current position, what we have on the board, bishop c2 is obviously the main move and played more than 200 times. And to compare, queen b3 has been played about 40 times.
1 out of every 6, more or less.
Yes.
Yeah.
So and.
But this is online games, or these are imported OTB games?
I think it's online.
Online games, okay.
And there's a third candidate move, which also makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Rook to e3,
I knew about
hitting
this
the
move.
bishop,
I
and
knew
then
about- yeah.
d4.
This move I knew about, but I think that rook e3 would be answered by e4, and this is a very, very complicated position. And now with white, you're getting into a very tricky situation. This position is strong. The rook's a bit weird here. Theoretically, it's better for white, but already it's a position that you really need to know. Now, I think that normally Dogmas will go for bishop to c2, but as he's thinking so much, I wonder if he's spotted queen to b3 and he's calculating the variations.
He's very good at tactics, as we have been speaking about. International master, very young and talented player, just 12 years old. Already almost 2,500 rated player. He's very sharp, and yesterday he also showed the technique in the end game that he can do it. We have a question in the chat. You guys, you're free to ask us the questions as the broadcast is live. The question is about in the line of Queen B3 and B5.
Okay.
Michael, so after Queen B3 and B5, we suggested Queen to D5, and the question is what happens after Knight D4? What
Knight D4,
this move will change?
Wow, this is a weird move. Doesn't look very good, but I mean, who knows? It looks very. It does look a bit weird, but yeah, I think I'm going to capture the knight. I mean, I don't see any other reason just to capture the knight. Probably with the pawn.
I think.
I'm wondering what black could do here. Is there some trick here which I'm missing? I don't see it, but because the only trick I was thinking of bishop to c4.
Bishop c4, but
then
there's
a check on c6.
Yeah.
I think knight to d4 is not a good move. I think it's not a good move.
Yeah, and if you take the bishop, then I'll take pawn.
I'll take the pawn and hit the bishop.
Yeah.
Doesn't make much sense. I think this would probably be a blunder. Knight b4 maybe, but knight b4 I think it would happen the same thing. I just take the knight, and the bishop is overloaded. So, yeah, for our follower who suggested knight to d4, it does seem that White has it under control. Has he played?
Let's
He looks
check.
very confident. No, he hasn't played yet.
If he has played.
No, he hasn't played. Wow, 22 minutes. That's already a lot of time. For me, that is just too much time. Too much time to make a move. Even if he's thinking of queen to b3, having bishop c2 as a good alternative, or rook to e3, 20 minutes is already too much time. So, we already have seen one of the things that the kid Dogmas still has to improve on, which is his time management when he's surprised at the opening.
Maybe it was a bit of surprise for him, and that's the reason why he's taking time.
But it's logical because young kids normally don't take the siesta, so it was clear that Horvath would catch him out on this one.
When I was a kid, I was forced actually to have siestas.
Look, he played bishop to c2. Now that's the thing. Bishop to c2 is the main move, and it's something that he can realize after 2 or 3 minutes. So if you spot another move, you can think about it 2 or 3 minutes more, but unless you're completely sure, you don't spend 20 minutes to then go back to your preferred typical move. Because then the 15 minutes he spent extra, he might be needing them afterwards. So they went queen to c2, knight to f6, and now we're just playing a theoretical. Now he has a choice. He can go knight to g5, which is very aggressive, trying to get into here and combine it with queen to b3, or he can play d4. I think that he'll spend a couple of more minutes to decide. He probably already has an idea of what he wants to do. He spent 20 minutes, but he'll take a couple of minutes and then decide between one of these two moves.
Yeah, if it's a blitz game, here with black I would be actually quite fine. After knight g5, I would play queen d7, then long castle, and we'll try to use this somehow open position on the king side. But in the classical chess, this kind of situations might cause a lot of problems. And black actually weaken the light squares a lot, and white can take advantage of that. Michael, there is another very interesting position, board 23, as the leaders boards so far. Everything looks quite stable. We can take a look board 23.
Domene against Ernesto, or
next one.
So it's
this one.
Kochka against Zviatoslav.
Yes.
Barakusta, this is the player who yesterday played with Volodar, the young kid from Ukraine.
Young kid from, and for instance, a lot of our viewers know Kusha because he's a very active player on chess.com.
Okay.
He has very high rating, and also is a part of the Twitch community. I think a lot of streamers know him. He is originally from Iran and lives in Canada. And traveled all the way here to play this tournament. They had actually very interesting position earlier and a little bit weird for me to see how early they decided to bring the queens into the game. So we are now...
Here. Everyone knows the trick here.
We have to show
Let's show the viewers because knight to d7, which looks okay, is not okay when you receive mate on d6. This is a good mate and one that everyone should have in their opening patterns. So knight takes e4 is typical, and queen to d5. Yeah, and here anything. I've seen queen takes queen. I've seen queen to h4. I've seen queen to e2. I've seen d3. I've seen so many moves here. What did white play? Queen to h4. Queen to f5.
Hitting a pawn on
hitting pawn on c2. That's a nice move. c3, going for d4, and queen to d4. So he wants to exchange queens off the board.
He played so many queen moves
Queen
here.
to d3, wow. Both of them are trying to exchange the queens on their terms.
Yes.
You want to exchange queens? Okay, but first you'll have to
take
open up
it
my
away.
file.
And h5.
He wants to push here, bishop to e2, and now you're forced to exchange, and h3. Now, who is better in this endgame? Hard to say, but it's very equal. It's very equal. You know, the Caro-Kann has the fame of being one of the most solid defenses for black. And if you're content with playing a positional game, for example, for players such as me, a bit more veteran, we don't calculate so fast. The Caro-Kann is an excellent weapon because you can, in many openings and many variations, you can get a calm position, sometimes even without the queens, and then you just can play sensible moves and wait for your moment to grind down your opponent in the ending. So it was a fun one, this. Oh, this is a weird move. That one I wasn't expecting at all. I understand what it's going for. He wants to play g5 to do overprotection and avoid any of these moves with the pieces.
Yeah, bishop g5.
But it's still a bit weird, I'm not sure if black will, at some point, feel sorry about playing this move. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one.
We're going to keep the eye on this one. Board 23.
This one here, and we'll come back to here in a while.
All right, and also on the board 2, we do have Setroman against his opponent from Ukraine, Volodymyr Vetosko. Yeah. And they have already traded the pawns in the center.
Yeah. This typically comes from a French, but it could come from a Sicilian as well, because the knight on b3 and the bishop on a7 suggest one of the lines of the Polish and Sicilian. But I have to go through it to make sure. Yeah, it was the Polish and Sicilian. Exactly this line. So sometimes, by looking at the position of some of the pieces, you can easily get an idea of where the opening might have come from. But you can never be sure nowadays. Okay, this is a funny move. I think it's theoretical, but it's not a move which you'd think of so early in the game. Normally we go for development moves. So e5, and of course after d6 we have to exchange it off. Now what to say about this position? White is always slightly better in these positions because he has a small advantage in the development. The bishops will be exchanged and white will probably go long castle. And the thing is, after the long castle, maybe the queen on d6 will feel slightly uncomfortable. Yeah, this type of position is always slightly better for white. But of course, a lot of game to be played here. Did you notice that Volodymyr is already spent more than half an hour of time?
That's a lot of time.
Yeah.
Have to spend.
Yeah. I think he was surprised by this e5 move by Setroman.
Yeah, and Setroman once again blitzing out.
And he said,
carrying out the opponent.
He said to you, you told me that sometimes he doesn't have it analyzed at home, but he plays fast, simple moves and just puts the pressure on his opponent.
That's right.
Even though he might not be doing the theoretical moves. It's an interesting strategy. I might have to adopt this strategy as well. If your opponent is thinking, stay sitting down, think of your move, and when he plays, boom, blitz it out. A risky strategy, but maybe effective.
Maybe effective indeed.
Let's see
We
how
can
Bryce is doing on the third board. This is an
move
important
forward.
game today.
Ooh, American match.
It's an American match. It's an important one. First of all, Brandon is playing very well here. He's one of the leaders with the black pieces. And Bryce Tylon, he's playing for his Grandmaster norm. So this is a very important match. It looks like Rui Lopez, in which White has allowed his opponent to play bishop to g4. So this is not very common. Let's see how this went. It was a Steinitz as well. That's the second Steinitz of the day.
Oh, wow.
And White played castle and allowed this variation. b5, bishop b3, knight to f6. And of course the thing here always is, how do we get this knight unpinned without losing the pawn on d4? And once again, Brandon has totally surprised his opponent in the opening, who's already spent more than half an hour just to get to this position. I think it's quite good to have in your repertoire some lines which you can spring out and try and surprise your opponent.
Yeah,
because,
absolutely.
I mean, to get half an hour advantage, it's fantastic.
It is very, very nice idea. And in general, it's just good to have several openings. So
Mix around, no?
you can always choose whatever you like to play, and your opponent will have a hard time to analyze against you. A very interesting game against Arvin. If we can get, I think it's a board 9. Here we have Abdi Malik from Uzbekistan.
Okay.
And I think this game can get very interesting very fast.
This is the English attack in the Najdorf, but one of the variations where black has played a5 and white has decided to play a4. This is not a variation that I like playing. I have it in my repertoire, but I never go for this line because I don't like at all to play a4 and then long castle. It's something I just don't like to deal with. Theory says it's okay, but it's not one of my preferences. You know, Ketty, sometimes there are lines that you know that theoretically they're okay, but you don't like playing them.
Yeah,
because,
for sure.
Because you're not used to it. It's not the type of position you want to play. And this is one of them. Because, I mean, I want to attack him, okay, because my king is on the queen side, his king is on the king side, but I don't want him to attack me. And if I play a4, already his knight can go to a very strong square. His rook can come to c8. I'll be facing rook takes knight at every move. It's something I don't want to deal with. Yeah. So I normally play the line in a different way to prevent this a5, a4. Do you agree? Would you prefer to play with a4, or would you leave your pawns on the second rank if you're non-castled?
I usually like to leave it as far as possible from my opponent. So I have been taught that it's better not to push the pawns on when you have castled king there. So your opponent will have more, have to spend more energy to open up the files. But nowadays, with the approach of the computer, with the help of the computer, they show us a different perspective. And somehow you are thinking like, okay, maybe this is not so bad actually to stop that, to get b5 square under the control, and just to somehow stop that pawn going forward and win the time like that. For sure, black has here a lot of ideas to open up still the center, maybe somewhere d5. You showed here rook c8 and rook to c3, and the a4 pawn will hang. But with the engines these days, somehow we're also learning how to deal with this.
They find solutions for everything. They find solutions for everything, and especially if black decides at some point to capture the knight on b3, although the queen side is totally wrecked, the bishop will come to c4 protected by the pawn, and it will make a sort of stronghold there. So it's never easy, but if you do this, you really need to know deeply the middle game structures and have analyzed it at home. So if not, then it's going to be a bit difficult.
Yeah, I'm sure here Aravin is considering d5, because in Sicilian, if you can get rid of the d5, d6 pawn, open up your dark square bishop. That's what you want to do.
I think black has played.
Oh, he just made a move.
So let's see what he just did. He g4. He played rook to c8.
Okay.
Which might be threatening rook takes knight at some point. I'm not sure if immediately. And if not, at least it does threaten the pawn on c2, which does allow to play d5 on the next move.
Oh, can I show you one funny line? Let's say white plays here.
King b1, for example.
No, then
No?
that
Okay.
it ruins.
We need the king on c1. Let's say h4 then.
H4.
Okay.
Probably it's not working here, but I have seen these weird things. Bishop g4 sacrifices.
Okay.
In Dragon,
Okay.
there is this very
Okay.
Bishop
In the
g4.
Dragon, it's very good, this.
Pawn takes pawn. Then rook takes the
Rook takes
knight.
knight, wow.
Pawn takes then. We can take with the queen because knight a2
Because of the
is
double check here, very good.
fork. Pawn takes the knight.
And now we go for this?
Knight e4, taking the central pawn, hitting the queen. Queen goes somewhere, I don't know where.
Where?
Queen
E1
goes.
maybe, E1.
Yeah, E1. And now you can take the pawn on c3.
Okay.
You can take this knight back because knight a2, we're winning the queen. And now we want to take knight a4 or we will check knight e4. d5 comes on the way, bishop a3 comes on the way.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
This is going to be checkmate soon. It's going to be checkmate. The computer is able to hold this, but
I was so scared that the line will go all the way up.
I can tell you that if I have the white pieces here, I'm super worried. Even though the computer holds this position, for a human it's very difficult. Very, very difficult. Very difficult. So this sacrifice, bishop takes g4, taking 2 pawns, and the attack is very important, very, very tricky. You have to be very careful of this.
Yeah.
So, Ketty, we'll see, but we might see some tactics in this game.
Oh,
All depends.
It up.
All
I'm
depends
so
on.
happy to see these positions because it's very, very interesting.
Look at the first line of the computer. The first line of the computer suggests king to b1,
King to b1.
d5,
Yeah.
g5, and now, normally in these positions, black could go d4, but the computer suggests just to go back with the knight, and against pawn takes pawn, transfer the bishop to f5.
Ooh,
And you're a pawn
nice.
down, but there's a huge attack on c2, and the other knight can come in and look for strange squares here. So this is going to be very interesting.
Very
If
interesting.
Aravin plays this line,
Yeah.
there could be fireworks on the board.
But Michael, there was also a weird move. Instead of knight e8, at some point, I think knight e4 was also appearing on the line. Knight e4
Okay,
can
and then
work?
d4. This could be possible as well.
Yeah.
Something like this. But then you have to do big calculations here because you get the piece back. But yeah, this is very complicated. Very complicated.
Okay.
Is that Aravin on the right? Is that him?
Yeah, in a blue shirt or purple
It looks like
shirt.
him, yes?
Yes.
So, has he played? Because I think that it's...
He played rook to c8. That's our last move.
Oh, so we're still waiting for
Yes.
white to play his move. Okay, I understand.
And we surely gonna come back here on this board. Michael, we do have suggestion in our chat to check out board 3, Giselle Joseph against Vignesh. Let's take a look at that.
Board 3...
Board 7.
No, sorry, you said Girel
Yeah.
against Vignesh. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, now this is a famous position. I recognize it immediately.
Yes.
This is the position that Kasparov used in one of his matches against Karpov in the Zaitsev variation, and he played rook to a3 and transferred the rook to the king's side. I'm pretty sure of this. So let me make sure 100% because, as usual, I'll be making a mistake. But yeah, it's the Rui Lopez. And I think it's going to be the Zaitsev variation. Or something very similar. And white does the typical maneuver with the knight. And we're going to get to the position on the board. Yeah, it's not exactly the Zaitsev, because in that variation the bishop was on c2. But it's very similar.
Right.
c5, e5. Wow. Now this is opening up. Pawn takes, hitting the knight, and you push it back to h7. Not a square I fancy going to. So what does the on the chat, what are they suggesting for white here? Are they saying something about e6 or just they wanted to see the position? Is there any suggestions?
They just wanted to see this game.
I don't like at all this knight on h7. It's a piece which strikes me to be not such a good situation. However, it must be said that black is threatening c4. And when black plays c4, this bishop will disappear from the board, which will be good for black. So I think it's a position where white needs to consider if he can strike. And how do you strike? You can strike with e6.
Can we take the pawn on b5? If you take it back, then I take rook and the bishop on d7.
He just did it, so that's good.
Okay, it's hanging.
Ah, I understand. I missed that. Very good. If I take with the pawn, you win the piece. Nice. So he has to take back with the bishop then. Nice. I missed that move.
So you have to take with the bishop. And
but that
now
makes
as
me a
the
bit
bishop,
more calm. Yeah, because now I can keep the bishop afterwards.
Yeah. As the bishop has already left d7 square and has no control on e6, I would not be surprised if somewhere is e6 and to somehow open up the position.
Maybe even straight away. Maybe even straight away. The thing is, do we want to allow black to exchange queens here? We want to attack, but we don't want him to exchange queens. What do you think if white plays straight away e6? Because then if you exchange queens, I can stick in pawn takes pawn check, which would be good.
Intermediate check.
What do you think black will do?
Oh, I love that. Oh, I like that.
Well, at least we've got the pawn to e6, and we have a threat. What do you think black will do here?
Maybe c4?
Maybe c4, trying to block off the bishop. That makes a lot of sense. I don't want him to exchange his bishop. Well, we still have bishop to a4 here, but already I'm losing a bit of my initiative, no?
There is some line. How about you play pawn takes...
Pawn takes f7,
f7.
check. He'll probably take back with the rook.
Rook, yes. And you play knight to e5.
Okay. Now, this is going to be nice. Okay.
So if you take the queen, I take with the bishop.
You take with the bishop, okay.
And the rook is under attack. You have the weakness on c4. Probably we should continue the line there, but it looks fine at this moment.
We can transfer the bishop to f3. That looks good. This looks, at least that white is in the game. But that's just one line. The other line is what happens if he takes my bishop.
Take the bishop, yes. Yeah. Now, to take the pawn
and make the pin
back.
Okay. Take the pawn back here.
But there is a queen d5, a bit unpleasant move.
The thing is, we can exchange queens and win the rook, but he'll have two pieces for our rook. Will that be enough?
I don't know.
It looks as if black will have enough compensation for the material. We need to find a move here, Ketty. But it's difficult, because now if we take the rook, now he has a choice. He can exchange queens, or he can take our knight.
Yeah.
And we don't have enough material. It was a good try, but not enough material.
And Michael, in this position also, instead of e6, we can do something like knight f2, both are f, f1 to d2 maybe, to avoid queen trade and also block the pawn.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Maybe instead of, as I want to keep my queens, I don't like blocking my pieces. I know you don't like blocking your pieces either. Yeah. But sometimes the chess is deep and rich because there's a lot of different exceptions. Yeah. Maybe this is a good exception. We block the exchange of queens. We might get our knight to c4 or even to e4. And this I think is a difficult move to do. I wonder if Girel has enough chess in his knowledge to be able to understand the knight to d2. He's studying hard the position. You can see him. Would you say he's looking at the d2 square?
So far, to be honest, we have seen him on the top boards all the time. I think we have seen his games almost every day.
He's a good player. He's a good player.
I just checked with the engine now, the variations, how white can deal in the current position. Yeah. So a knight 1 to d2 is one of the lines here.
One of the lines, okay.
But there is also bishop d2 line with the same idea.
The same idea.
To block the file.
To avoid the change of queens,
let's see what happens after c4. Looks very natural move. And in this case, now the tactics can start. You take the knight on b4.
Okay.
So you have to take now dark square bishop, obviously, otherwise you will lose the pawn. And now when bishop gets there, rook to e4, hitting the pawn on c4.
But this is difficult to see on the board. This is difficult to see. This sort of variation will not be easy for Gilles to see in his mind. We can see it with the help of the computer, but you know, Ketty, it's even just thinking about, I've got my bishop under attack, I'm exchanging his bishop, now I have my rook under attack as well. You probably just stop thinking of the variation. Yeah. What would happen now?
Well, in this position, if rook goes on c8 and
protect
guards
the pawn,
the pawn, white gets knight to e3, increasing the pressure.
It looks, when you see it, it looks very good.
It looks very good, yeah.
But it's difficult to find this move. If Jirel finds this solution, I'd be impressed. I'd be very impressed. Because it does look easy when you make the moves on the board, but the thing is, to see these moves when most of your pieces are under attack is not at all easy. Not at all easy, in my experience as a player. If Jirel finds this, I'll definitely, he'll increase his, for me, his knowledge as a chess player will be increased significantly because you have to have a special creative vision to be able to see these ideas. Indeed. I'm going to suggest that he'll play differently. Probably not e6, but I think that it's more likely he'll play knight b to d2, or even knight to g3, one of these moves.
I think he can see this bishop d2, rook to e4
Really?
idea. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he can see it because the problem here when you play knight to d2, what I don't like when I was suggesting is the bishop on c1, and somehow you don't have connection with your pieces. But with the bishop on d2, you might also just look long diagonal, maybe on h6, some kind of sacrifices there, and your queen has more space advantage.
So let's say
more space.
Let's say he's thinking of bishop to d2. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's say he's thinking of bishop to d2, and he sees c4.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the bishop is trapped. He
Yeah.
doesn't want to change the bishop. So now he has to think. He has to think of the possibility of taking the knight, and the other bishop takes his bishop, and now he has the rook and the bishop hit.
Yeah.
And then he has to still keep thinking and find the move rook e4, which is weird move. Why would you go into this this deal of thinking when you have simple moves like knight to d2 and knight to d3? That's what I'm getting at. So it's the typical move, well, at least me. Where, of course, Jill is stronger than us, but it's a sort of move where you just stop thinking because it becomes too complicated.
Maybe we're together stronger than him.
But he's there.
And the engine.
Look, he's about to move. He's about to move.
He's about to move.
He's thinking of it. What is he looking at rook to e4 now with those eyes? He's looking in the middle of the board, clearly. He's not looking on the side. So, yeah, now we've got a nice shot of Jirel. But remember, just because he does bishop to d2 doesn't necessarily mean he's seen rook e4, because he might also see this bishop to d2, c4, and now bishop to a4, for example. This is possible as well.
Yeah.
Although the computer doesn't like it much, but it doesn't seem totally impossible to play this.
Absolutely.
However, here he's getting his knight to d3, and that's very worrying. So now I think he's going to play knight to d2. I'll wager you. I'll do a bet with you, Kitty.
Okay, I'll go with bishop d2.
And I'll go with
knight
knight to d2.
d2.
Okay,
Yeah.
so and as I've got two knights that can go to d2, I have a slight advantage over you.
And the chat decides what will be the bet.
Okay. He's going to play any moment now. So,
so guys, give us the idea what will be the bet. I bet for bishop d2. Michael is betting knight to d2. And
what do they think they'll do? Meanwhile, we'll go and check another game. Let's see one of the ones we haven't seen yet. For example, Alexeyenko. He's recovering points. He's now on 4.5, and he's on board 4 because of the upgrade to the board. So he has an Italian. As we mentioned during the week, Alexeyenko is the current winner of this tournament, but this year he's not on top form. He's not being able to prove his huge chess skills. It's a funny thing, Ketty, a player that wins 1 year and then the next year is not performing well. So what could that be? It's the same player, the same venue, just a bit of bad luck, maybe bad form? Talk to me about this thing, about the form of chess. Why players
sometimes
go
you
through
might
different
feel a
forms.
bit pressure because you have already achieved the maximum from this event, and events like this, the open events, or the festivals, they like to invite the winner of the previous tournament as a very special guest. And somehow you want to at least keep the first place, leader's position, because even second place is a little bit odd because you are the winner of the. Yeah, this might be. Another thing is that you just need to have a good form. And as this is already the end of the year, many of the players have already played so many games. Somehow, after pandemic, we have a lot of tournaments. Heavily booked a schedule for the chess players, online tournaments, over-the-board tournaments, and basically some of the players are just exhausted by playing, especially some of them who are playing also for the team competitions, for the national team. They have to play for their team, and then it comes an open tournament. So I think he's under a little bit pressure of being the winner of the previous event.
Are you following the Firouzja situation? Are you following that? So Lenier came here to win these points to be able to overcome Wesley So in the rating list. Yes. And as you know, he had to leave because he wasn't able to fulfill his goal to win those points. The day he left, Firouzja started a match in France against 3 grandmasters, one grandmaster after the other, to gain some ELO points.
How he's doing so far?
And for the moment, he's on 3 out of 3. But the thing is, in each of the games that he has won, something weird has happened. In the first game, the player was crushed. In the second game, the player dropped a piece by mistake, a tactic. And today, in the third game, this morning, Shekachev resigned or lost on time, I don't know, in an equal position. Yeah, and so I think he probably lost on time. And of course, it was equal, but he'd been under pressure for several moves. So it's all a bit weird that this tournament was organized at last-minute thing, and now the games are also becoming very, very weird. So everyone's paying attention to see if Firouzja is able to win. He has to win all the games. He needs to win against Shekachev again, and then he has to play with Fedorchuk, who's a very strong grandmaster, and also defeat Fedorchuk. And if he's able to do that, he will get the points and overcome Wesley So and go to the candidates. It's so funny, it's so interesting. Yep, it's very interesting.
We do have, our chat says that he resigned today. It was not flagging. I watched the video. All good for conspiracy theories.
He resigned. The position was equal, according to the computer. But he was facing an immediate threat. I was watching the game and the time went down to 0. But of course, I wasn't watching the game. I was just watching the chess.com broadcast, no? So, yeah.
He thought White had a winning tactic.
He thought that his opponent was winning, and that's why he resigned. I understand. Yes.
It could be just like that. And
there wasn't a winning tactic, but he might have thought so that's why he resigned. So, yeah. Okay, so let's go back to...
Weird things.
It's interesting
Michael, can I suggest
we had
another...
Lenier here, and now there's this parallel thing.
Yeah. I would suggest another game. Right next to it, board 8. Here we have Pranesh.
He still hasn't played here, so let's go to board 8. Pranesh against...
Kushko Dimitri.
Kushko, okay.
And if we go just the one move back, here we have French structure, sort of. There's something extra on the board, but okay, they close the center. And here in this position, White went very aggressive G4, hitting the knight. Knight doesn't have too much of the squares. Knight went back on E7. This knight blocks the dark square bishop, and now White starts to get the pieces on the king side. Knight G2 is the next move. I have a question. Instead of knight E7, why don't Black play here knight to H4? Because this knight and the dark square bishop are always fighting for E7 square, and it's always overloaded. What was here the Black's thoughts?
I play the French a lot, and normally when I get struck with G4, if I can go to E7, I normally drop back to E7. And if I can't go to E7, then I have to go to H4. That's my rule of thumb. The idea behind knight to G7 is if I'm lucky, I can then go to G6 And if I'm even more lucky, at some point I can get into f4. That's if I'm super lucky.
Okay.
But here, I think it's going to be very difficult to be able to go to g6 and f4. So here, I think I would have done knight to h4. Probably against this move, white would capture. And in these positions, I faced myself all sorts of things. A move that always is dangerous to face here is when they strike you with f4, and then knight to g2, and queen to f3, and then f5. The computer suggests that black has enough resources, so probably it was better to play knight to h4. But that's what black was probably thinking. You never know which way to go.
Maybe he wants to keep the knight on g6.
That is
in some
optimal.
defense.
But here, for example, alongside knight to g2, you can also play h4 and h5. There is one idea that black has here. I'm not sure if he will do it. Black can try and play now h5. The idea is if black advances or captures, you can get back with your knight to f5 afterwards. And if white defends with h3 to keep the knight at bay, then we can capture. And now we can bring the knight to g6 because no one can ever push this knight away. So it does have its reasoning, and you have to choose depending on the situation. Sometimes I've even retreated the knight to h6 in these positions. If I haven't got a pawn here, I play knight to h6.
To get on a
which I don't like doing
later.
because they swap the knight and my king side is broken up. But sometimes you have no choice.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have much of the choice when you have only 2 squares for the knight. All right, let's check maybe one last game before we take our first break.
In fact, in this position, the computer is actually suggesting now h5, and g5, and then g6. And if you can get this in, the knight comes back to f5, and the position is so closed that sometimes this position ends up in a draw because it's totally blocked, and none of the 2 players can really find a way to open up the game, and then they start maneuvering and the game finishes in a draw. So we'll see what happens here. Okay, so where do you want to go to?
Okay. So far we do have actually a really, really slow start of a day. Not too many games are looking somewhere close to end. So
it's very, 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 very slow today. Let's have a look at Mendonca against Fiorito. This could be an interesting one. This is a Caro-Kann, French Caro-Kann, they call it, with the bishop out. We'll be paying attention to this one here. And what about our friend Ting Jingao? How's she doing on board 14? It's very slow today. No tactics, nothing that stands out in the first boards today. Yeah,
that happens actually in the end of a tournament. The players are getting a little bit tired and they don't want to play something sharp. So
they play a bit more slow. Look at this one, for example.
Slow,
this is totally solid. No one wants to risk, and
you can't afford to lose the game here anymore because it can be quite crucial.
Okay, the game between Jules. Remember at the start of the round there was 1-0 here. They've taken away the score, so everything is good here, and the position is balanced, and they're playing a fighting game. So we can expect an interesting game here with Jules and Golami. Okay.
Interesting. All right. I think it's a time to take our first break.
Small break and then come back with a bit more action.
Yeah. And so we're just gonna get the. I'll get a cup of coffee, probably you too, to get some energy, because I think it starts slow, but at some point we're gonna have a lot of very interesting positions on many of the boards. You guys don't go anywhere because the party gonna start now. After the openings in the middle game, we're gonna have a lot of fun. See you soon.
Checkmate the climate change. We're close to the climate endgame, and we have an inferior position, but a victorious checkmate to climate change is still possible. We're just pawns in this game, but does anyone know better than a chess player how powerful pawns can be in an endgame? At Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, we recognize the power of isolated pawns, but we love to play in coordination. We can castle and wait, but we always preferred dynamic moves. This is why we ask you to embark with us on this journey to help raise awareness in our beloved chess community. One move at a time, and we'll see if a small advantage becomes decisive one day. We can all together put our grain of sand to save our planet. There's no better game to win. So how are we doing more precise moves now than we used to? Less paper, more digital. We stopped using tons of paper to publish and distribute results in pairings, announcements of lectures and side activities, etc. Emails and WhatsApp messages have become our bishops to rapidly spread our messages, and our screens strategically placed across our facilities help cover all squares, so that no one can move without knowing what's going on. It's not only sustainable, it's convenient. Cell phones may be the enemy of fair play in the playing halls, but they are our best ally outside them. We developed our own app for iOS and Android that you can download and open anytime, while not playing, to be up to date with what's going on in our chess festival, and without any risk of being blamed for cheating. It's also available in the smart TV of your room. And what about accreditations? Here's the deal, don't throw them, because with just a little water and minimal care, your accreditation, printed on paper with seeds, will germinate and become a plant. When you're home, it will remind you of the memorable moments you spent at Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and it will cheer you to help us to be just part of the opening of the chess community's game against climate change. Don't get it wrong though, our accreditation won't grow green chessboards. Electronic score sheets are arriving, but we may need some extra time to adopt them. Players will need to keep on writing. However, when printing is necessary, we try to use recycled paper. Less plastic. We may not be able to make it disappear immediately, but we're looking to leave plastic in Zhuangzhuang. Quality and attention to details has always been part of our identity sign at Sunway events, so we're not cutting anything. Will we still be giving pens for notation of score sheets or gifts to participants? Let us keep the surprise, but if we did, who knows, they will preferably be made with biodegradable and ecological materials. What about free water during the rounds? We will be using sustainable packaging, and we will ask players to take a small step towards sustainability to have their ecological bottles refilled. While we love online chess, over-the-board tournaments like Sunway are a unique experience to take part in. So, what about plastic chess sets? We know we still have many, but we're very aware of time pressure. We're kind of turning back the clock to enlarge the number of wooden boards and pieces in our tournament, in a timeless move for eco-chess crusaders. Better accommodation. Since 2021, our 4-star hotel in Sitges has the Biosphere certification in tourism, which recognizes our continuous improvement towards more sustainable models. And, knowing that chess players require very well-lit playing halls, since 2023, solar panels installed next to the main playing hall are producing part of our own energy. There are many other measures that Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa, venue of the Chess Festival, has been introducing during these years to reduce its carbon footprint, improve water efficiency or allow energy savings, like changing almost all lighting to LED lighting, or installing motion sensors to activate lights in the hotel's less crowded areas, detecting even the quietest chess players. Sensors in windows and doors limit the useless operation of air conditioning machines when those windows and doors are open. Taps in restrooms have been changed to prevent the waste of water, which is precious in our warm Mediterranean location. Amenities left in the rooms for guests are biodegradable and ecological, etc. All guests at Sunway Hotel and Apartments have free bicycles to facilitate their mobility, reducing the environmental impact of transportation. There's no more enjoyable and sustainable way of entering a game or of mentally analyzing your moves after hours of concentration than to cycle along the seafront promenade. And for those who don't want to cycle, we also provide free bus passes that will allow you to forget your own car during your stay in Sitges. Responsible F&B management. Just in case players haven't eaten any opponent's pieces during their games, we make sure they have enough quality food and beverages in our restaurants at Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa. Purchase from local suppliers, when possible, To reduce the impact of CO2 and promote proximity trade is just part of our game strategy. It's not only time we don't like to waste, so we use efficient waste management to get a better endgame position. Selective garbage collection, or use of returnable glass bottles and other containers, are our defense, no matter if Sicilian, Slav, or French, against environmental degradation. And our openings list includes the use of biodegradable and recycled single-use items such as tablecloths, straws, or napkins. Let's talk coffee. It's organic, it's sustainable, and it's in a biodegradable cup. Even our coffee beans are in on this eco-chess game. And we don't forget the quick response QR codes, which are available in our restaurants, and they remind us that a quick response is what our planet needs. Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival was born 10 years ago with a mission, offering quality and taking care of details. We want every player to feel like a grandmaster. It's time to expand that mission for our next editions. We want every player to get a grandmaster in sustainability norm. We're far from perfect, but we're studying, training and calculating to improve. Climate change seems to be using the latest version of Stockfish, but working all together can build an unbeatable database of ideas to checkmate it. Welcome to our Green and Sustainable Chess Festival. A quest for the most complete chess player. Can you think of a chess event where anyone can win, regardless of whether being a grandmaster or an amateur? Can you think of an event where a win counts more than 2 draws? Can you think of an event that rewards players who enjoy playing more chess games? Can you think of an event that combines different chess variations? We think it is possible. It will be so fun that it should not be a closed tournament, but open to every chess player. And there's no better moment than the 10th anniversary of our Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival to announce a new way of enjoying over-the-board tournaments even more. We'll still have an admirable and very strong Classic Chess Open champion. We'll still have Blitz tournaments winners like in previous years. It'll be the first edition of our event when we'll have a player succeeding in a rapid chess tournament. Also, for the first time in our festival, players will go out of their comfort zone in a Fischer Random Blitz chess tournament. And we'll all have fun playing over-the-board bullet games while having some drinks. But here's the big news. We'll count all the wins players can score in all 5 of these chess variations, and we'll add them weightedly, granting some additional points for the draws they get. But be careful. 1 win will never be the same as 2 draws. Grandmasters and amateurs will be mixed in a single classification, in the quest for the most complete chess player. Welcome to the first ever chess pentathlon. Welcome to Sunway Sitges.
Coming back into the 8th round of Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. Katie and Michael in the studio. We have all the games in progress. Only one game has been finished so far, so it means that the action is about to start. Earlier we had a competition. in one of the game on the board 7, we were speculating with some of the lines, and we were thinking that bishop to d2 or knight to d2 would happen. So, Michael, I think we can have the position on our screen and check it out.
It's
who
on
won
board,
our bet.
on board 7 between Jirel and Vignesh. Katie, not for you and not for me. Neither of us were able to decide the move that Jirel played. We were speculating on keeping the queens on the board, either with bishop to d2 or with knight to d2. But Jirel, after spending quite a lot of time, nearly 25 minutes, a lot of time actually, so he definitely was considering these different options, but he decided to exchange queens, which I don't think is the best move, and then finish his development. The problem with this is that although his pieces seem to be going to good squares, black has good compensation now with all these pieces coming into the position, which is what his opponent does. c4, and now, if he wants to, he can play knight to d3 or bishop to c5. And these moves look quite aggressive, and the only badly placed piece is the knight on h7. But you know, Katie, sometimes you have one piece which is badly placed, but the rest of your pieces are doing a lot of interesting things, and then you normally are quite happy with just having one bad piece if all the rest of your pieces are doing well. So black is better here, and okay, we'll have to keep an eye on this one and see if later on the game becomes equal or black increases the advantage. Look, he just played knight to d3.
Knight to d3. And also, Michael, here, the rook is under attack. Where are you going to get this rook? If you leave the e file, you will then... if you leave the first rank and go rook d3 or rook to d2, then you're going to have the back rank issues like bishop a4 actually wins the piece right away. You play rook to d1 or rook to f1, maybe knight g5 to trade the knight and hit the pawn on e5 right away.
I agree. If the rook moves away from the protection of the e5 pawn, this is a very nice move, because not only you get rid of your bad piece, but you also undermine the defense of the e5 pawn, which would be attacked by the knight. Black has the initiative here. It's still, I wouldn't say that black has a winning position, although the computer does suggest it is winning, but in human terms, I'd say there's still margin for a draw. But actually, if I was playing with white in this position, I'd be trying to find a way to simplify and get to a drawn position. Luckily for him, even if he loses the pawn on e5, if he's able to exchange the queenside pawns, he might still get a draw due to lack of material. But yeah, clearly white is doing worse in this position now.
Indeed. Shall we go back on the first board and check out how Murzin and Inian are doing? This is the first board, and Inian Pa is the sole leader with 6.5 points after 7 games that he has played. We can see that Voldar just played e4, trying to get some space advantage.
He's opening up, trying to open up the position. He has given up his light squared bishop. That is important, because in these French sorts of structures, having the light square bishop is very important for the attack. However, it seems to me that white is ahead in development. If black is able to develop his bishop and castle, everything will be good. But black is nearly three tempi behind in development. So white is trying to open up the position and get his rooks against the king before black can castle. Will he be able to do that? Stands to see. I think that black will exchange pawns. Or maybe exchange knights. Try to exchange a couple of pieces and get his bishop out and try and do castling.
Michael, what's the time tells you here in this game? Here Murzin has 44 minutes, and Inian Pa has 1 hour. It's a bit of time difference.
It's a bit more time. They're on move 14. You know, Katie, when I look at the time, I normally try to equate it with the complexity of the position. If the position is very complex, then having less time is a big problem. This position doesn't seem to me too complex. It's a relatively slow position, not too sharp. The white's pieces and black's pieces normally go to simple squares. I don't think for this type of position the lack of time will be a big problem. But you never know.
You never know. Let's go to the second board. I think we have already here a little bit more clear situation. The board 2, we have Seturoman against Bertoshko. And from that position, we got already this position.
Yeah.
White has castled on the long side,
Yeah.
black has castled on the short side, and this can be very promising.
Yeah.
Black can start the queen side attack, white can start the king side attack. And there is a question here about this light square bishop on c8.
Yeah.
This bishop stops black's play.
This is a risky position for black because here he also is low on time. They're more or less on the same move, but he can't get his bishop out. Now, when you can't get your bishop out easily, you spend a lot of time trying to find the way to equalize the position. So in these positions, the lack of time could be a factor. And in fact, I don't really see a clear way to get this bishop out comfortably. It's not easy at all. Look, he just played e5, seemingly a decent option, because he does want to bring the bishop out to e6 and solve that problem. But I'm not totally sure if this is going to work for him, because there are some ideas here. Of course, I would probably play something like knight to c5, but I see the computer suggesting a move which I wouldn't think of, which is bishop to g2. I'd like to try to understand why would the computer suggest bishop to d2.
It's opens e4 square for the knight.
Maybe that's the idea.
Knight e4, knight to d6 is one thing you can do in this position.
Maybe that's one of the ideas, yes.
Yeah.
It seems, I don't know, it seems a bit slow to me. I understand what he's going for, but again, this bishop to g2, Ketty, this is basically what we call a computer move.
Yeah.
It's not the first move that would come to mind to any type of master. The masters would probably think of maybe doubling rooks, maybe knight to c5.
Knight a4, knight b6.
Knight a5, knight b6. These are the moves that come to mind.
Yeah.
Not so much a move such as bishop d2. So other moves here, for example, here it suggests f3. This might be a move that comes to mind, f3. Just controlling the center. And if black plays bishop to e6, then maybe we can hit him with knight to c5. These are moves that come to mind as more natural and more simple. So white is better here, but there's still a game.
Still, the game is on, and black is fighting for now the light square bishop to be developed. We can actually go ahead and check all the games, or we can go to that game of Erdogmus against Horvat. It was very good, very interesting position. That was on board 6.
This was an interesting position when we left it before.
Yeah.
Because I think we left it just a bit earlier. In the siesta position, the one we were talking about, yeah. And they've equalized on time, so Horvath has also spent quite a bit of time. And they're more or less inside one of the main lines of this position, where black is trying to develop pieces for the attack, and white is undermining the e4 square. And according to the computer, this last move, bishop to d6, might be a mistake. Might be a mistake, according to the computer. And of course, he's abandoning the pawn on e4 for the attack. So let's see what happens if I capture the pawn. If I capture the pawn, black will want to do the attack here with knight to g4, but I'm wondering if this will be enough. I wonder if I can play just e5 here, and closing off the bishop. Where is the decisive attack for black in this position? Do we have an decisive attack? I was thinking queen to h4. But here I thought maybe with the queen I can protect the square on f2, but he's also attacking the rook, so I need to find a move here. I think he's banking on this. In his head, he has thought that this move might be good, but the computer gives just a very simple defense, rook to e2.
What about rook f1 here as well?
Rook f1, I'm not sure, because, it could also
Knight
be good.
f3 is a threat. If you take my rook, I take with the knight. My dark square bishop will go then on f4.
Rook f1 looks very, very sensible. However, if you look at the computer, it doesn't give rook to f1, so they maybe it's a mistake, but I can't see why. Really, I just can't see why. But now I'm seeing why. Maybe there's a sacrifice and some bishop c5.
Yeah. Can we see that?
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think it must be the sacrifice. Yes, knight takes e5.
Pawn takes
takes e5 and then bishop to c5.
King
you
goes
switch
on
over,
h1.
and here there are all sorts of checkmates. You just have to find the most beautiful one.
Maybe knight e3 even, something like that?
Knight
or
e3.
take queen e1?
Yeah, knight e3 is winning. Rook takes f1 looks very good as well.
Queen e1 later on?
Yes, that's the nicest one. Rook takes f1 and queen e1. We can show this on the screen. But knight e3 is also very strong. But something like this looks very, very strong. I'm not sure how he's going to escape from all the mates that are in this position. So the thing is, Ketty, white does have one move here to save the game, which is rook to e2. And if they arrive at this position, I can assure you that Ergdogmas will find this move, rook e2. It protects the rook, and it protects the second rank. And I think it also protects against the sacrifice. Let's see. Take, bishop check, and king to h1. And hopefully, I'm not going to be mated. Hopefully. This square is controlled. This square is controlled. And hopefully, on my next move, I can do something like knight to f3 or...
Before bishop b2 to make sure that
or before bishop b2,
the back rank is not...
To control. It's a scary position to see in your head. But the computer does suggest that white is holding here. But again, it's what we were saying before. When you're calculating these lines in your head, you don't know that you have an equal position. You might think that you're being crushed. So you might not go into the line. That's always the dangerous thing when you're working on a position without the computer. So, for example, here, imagine Ergod is looking at the position and he's thinking in his head, pawn takes pawn, knight g4, e5, queen to h4. It's very difficult to visualize and see all the threats. He might think, wow, I'm going to be crushed there. So I'm not going into this position.
Yeah,
and that's the difficulties of chess.
And black also has
he captured the pawn. He just captured the pawn. So the first move, he done it correctly. And let's stay, just in case Horvath blitzes knight to g4. Let's see what he does. He started thinking. So now the thing is, if he doesn't go knight to g4, what other move does he have here to do the attack?
Then he has to take the pawn on e4.
If he captures the pawn on e4, there will be a capture back. And I'm not sure, but I think I can capture the pawn. I think I can capture the pawn. And I have an extra pawn. Where's the compensation, Kitty? I can't see it. I can't really see the compensation.
I was thinking about rook e8 here, but you have this intermediate move, queen d5 check.
Yeah,
so you're not losing the rook.
But
I can also
exchange everything, and I need to get my king out, but I think I'm in time. The thing is, for example, as an example, let's say everything is exchanged, just as an example. And the thing is, if you get your rook to e2, there'll be a good compensation. But let's say I'm able to play something like, I don't know, king to f1, for example. Well, not king to f1. I have to make the precise move here. King to f2, maybe. Okay, it's not so easy. But I think that something like that, the extra pawn will give white a big advantage. Horvath lost yesterday, and he's in trouble today. He's in trouble.
Oh, sometimes losers are coming.
Yeah. Do you remember his game with Inian yesterday? Was it that game that he was winning with bishop to c4?
That was the game. He had better position, almost winning.
He was nearly winning. So he goes back to the hotel room.
He checks that.
He senses that he was winning. He sees that he had the winning position. And then it's very difficult to go to sleep and think about the next game. And then you see the pairings. Oh, I missed the winning position. and black against a kid who's playing fantastically well. So this can mess up with your mind in the middle of the tournament.
I agree with that. All right, let's move forward and check out next game. I would suggest to check game Carry-less against Puranik. This is board
Board 5.
5 for us.
Okay.
B4 has been just played, and this actually kicks the bishop away and perhaps trades the queens. And in this position, White's king is still in the center, not castled yet. But White's king has not much of the issues for the moment. But there is this bishop on c8, which might struggle in long term in the end game, especially.
I was thinking, Getty, there must be something that I'm missing here. But if the bishop goes back, we exchange queens, and we hit the knight on d7. Aren't we winning a piece here with check?
Oh, wow.
I must be missing something, because queen takes c7, bishop takes c7, knight takes d7.
We can make it on the board to show to
So
our
what am I
viewers.
missing here? But
I think bishop b6 might be a
for
blind.
sure I'm missing something, because
Yeah.
this looks like White's winning a piece. No, it does.
Knight f6
He
intermediate.
wins a piece,
Yeah.
intermediate. So bishop b6 is a blunder.
There
Bishop
is
d6
knight on
as well.
e5 hanging.
There must be an intermediate move. It must be knight takes e5.
I'm a bit curious why before in this position. Aha, can you go back?
Yes, we have to
because
go back to
there is this
understand this.
pin, yeah? Queen to c5, c7, and in this position...
Who puts a queen on c7?
Come on, you're going to drop knight g6 and lose your exchange?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Yes, this is a very funny move by Puranik.
Yeah.
Very funny and possibly very good. But no one puts the queen in front of a bishop on f4. This is something that you just don't do.
So provocative move.
Because you could easily lose with any type of discovered attack. But Puranik saw that if the white goes to g6 to hit the rook and to hit the queen, he saw that bishop to f2 is a killer move. Very nice, this tactic.
Wow.
Very nice. Very nice tactic.
Beautiful, beautiful winning the queen.
So-
Michael, I checked here this line.
Yeah.
I feel that something is here for white. And you can't
White did play
believe.
b4. There is a move instead of b4.
Yeah, you can't believe this move.
Give me a second. Let me think. Because of course the threat is bishop to f2.
Yes.
But now the knight is protecting the queen.
Yes.
So for the moment, there is no threat. Let me see.
It's a brilliant. I love this move.
Oh, well, already by telling me there is a brilliant move, that just helps me try and find it. I do have to find it, but already you're helping me by saying this. The players don't have this possibility.
They don't have this possibility.
Let me think just for a moment. So, if I move my knight, I get hit by bishop to f2.
Yes, that's right.
Unless I move the knight somewhere to c6, for example, then I hit the queen, but I'm not attacking anything else. But where does the queen go? Doesn't have many squares. It has to go to b6, and I might have knight to a4. Or I don't know, but
You're just thinking like an engine.
I'm going to play knight to c6.
Knight c6 is the
nice.
move here. Knight c6.
Nice.
And this is actually a very nice idea.
Nice.
For instance, you can take the knight because queen is obviously hanging. With the queen, bishop is from g2 is guarding. There is bishop d6 move there to cover this diagonal. And white plays knight to e7,
knight to e7
check.
And wins a piece. And wins a piece. So this is a very nice tactic.
It's very nice. If queen goes away, let's say queen goes
to b6, for example.
queen b6. Now we can we knight e4? Yeah, I think knight e4 is a move there.
Knight a4, because there's no check on b4 because of the knight on c6.
Yeah.
Already this is looking good for white.
Yeah, where the queen gonna go? It's almost like trapped there.
I think he has to enter f2 and find some way of sacrificing a piece for a couple of pawns. The knight is still hanging in some lines. He might find a way to escape from here, but it's not easy.
Not so easy.
But there was one other move. What happens if he
E5?
plays e5?
What happens after e5?
This is the most testing move. Maybe to capture back, or maybe b4 now.
97 still.
Again, 97, let's see. But he moves the king. And now we have to be careful because
Yeah.
now we're under a lot of threats.
Sure. Maybe bishop b3 is still move, but I see the engine drops down.
Yeah.
So maybe there is a better move in that position instead of 97.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
there? Is there?
I'm wondering if he gets bishop e3 straight away. I'm wondering if it may be this move straight away, with the idea that if you capture on e3, then knight to e7 wins the queen. And if you don't, and if you don't capture on e3 and you capture on c6, then white captures on c5. It might, but it's very difficult to see knight to c6.
It's very difficult indeed. So there was a chance.
Yeah.
That was a chance indeed for.
He played b4.
For white, he played b4, and has black already played b5?
b5, hitting the queen.
It's a very strong move.
Yeah. Also, a difficult move to see. Now there is the rook hanging, the knight hanging, the queen attacked, the queen undiscovered, the bishop is hanging, so many pieces. Very difficult to calculate all the variations here. Here you really need to be a calculator, and the Indians are very good calculators. They're very good at calculating lines accurately and fast. It's one of their... I don't know how they do it. They train a lot, and this is one of their main features as players. They're generally quite good calculators.
Good calculator.
Calculating well is not an easy thing to do, but and in some positions it's not even necessary. But in other positions, to be able to calculate quickly and rapidly and accurately, for example, this is a position where to be able to... Imagine you're playing this with black, Kitty, and you've just been hit with b4. Now, to be able to calculate b5 and accurately calculate all the variations is a skill. It's a very good skill. And to do it fast, even more difficult. Okay, so we'll come back to this one afterwards, but clearly this is a position which is going to be very, very interesting.
Our chat is suggesting to maybe take a look at some of the streamers. There is Atusa against Kostek Kowalski. Let's take a look.
Try and find that board.
If you track down, I think it's we can also do like that.
This is probably faster because here we go.
Yes.
Okay, so here we have on the board. I'm not sure if our team can bring up the board of Atusa and Kostia.
I think they can. They are in the streaming area. Yes.
Or at least we can have the general frame of the streaming players. That would be cool. And so Atosa's playing with white, Kostia is playing with black, and the last move of Kostia is quite smart. Atosa has brought her rook on the third rank, and she wants to try and drum up some sort of attack on the king's side. And Kostia says to himself, this is not going to happen. I'm getting the queens off the board. And he offers the exchange of queens. If Atosa decides to exchange the queens, then the rook on g3, which is good for the attack, becomes weak for the ending because it's stranded here, no good prospects. And normally you want the rooks behind your pawn breaks in the ending. So this rook would be much better placed now on f1 to try and break open the position with f4. I think Kostia would be in a good position here with the black. So Atosa shouldn't exchange the queens. So what to do now? We have to drop back. Where to go?
We can drop back the queen, but then the question is how white is going to open up the position. Maybe it's not too much, and white should be just fine to hold. Oh, how about actually h4 here in this position?
That's an option. But then we have to calculate tactics because I was thinking, just as an idea, something like queen to h3,
bishop h6 ideas.
hitting the pawn, and then we have a double attack.
Yeah.
But in that case, I suspect that black will play queen to f7 just, and that could be interesting. h4 is very aggressive, but we have to calculate what would happen if black changes the queens and decides to capture the pawn. What would happen here?
My initial plan was to take the rook on f8.
Okay.
And when black takes the rook on g3, now take the pawn on d6.
Nice.
And black's pieces are hanging.
Yeah.
So I think white is getting something
This
out
looks
of this.
very good for you. Yeah, yeah. Especially if the bishop goes to c5, we could even think about g3 here. Yeah, here, this is good for white. This is good for white. So h4 is clearly a candidate move. Now, will Atosa come up with this move, h4? Will she find it, or will she prefer to exchange queens, or will she drop back with the queen? So many questions.
So many
questions. And as usual in chess, each of the moves looks good. The computer tells us which is the best one, but players don't have the access to the computers. So they have to decide for themselves, and it's so difficult to decide on the best move in a position.
Yeah, I agree with that. Another game on the streamers board has already ended because I see Alexandra and Julia. They're actually just.
They're not there.
I just checked very quickly their stream, and they were sitting side to side. I don't know, in some cafe or somewhere. Seems like they have ended the game. They have made a draw.
Oh, come on, really? They drew? No.
Yeah, yeah. But it was a funny thing when I found out that they were playing against each other today. A lot of people were like, "Oh, that's so cool!" And so
that's
on.
why they were having dinner together because they probably already decided let's just do a draw and have a free afternoon.
Exactly. And there was a joke that is Julia and Alexandra has made so many chess videos in this area, and here in the hotel we have so many nice spots for the content creators that they can enjoy. I'm sure our viewers have already seen that. And there was a joke that they played so much chess games that they
played so many
really
games that they
now have to play against
I
each
think
other.
that it's actually Alexandra is worse off in this draw than Jules, because Alexandra, she is if I'm not mistaken, a woman candidate master.
Oh, really?
I think Alexandra Prado has played for the Bolivian Olympia team several times, so
nice.
she is quite a decent player.
I
whereas
just see 1800
Jules is more a beginner.
player.
Jules is more a beginner. She's learning to play, and of course she doesn't have the strength of Alexandra. But it seems to me, this is just my impression, of course I could be completely mistaken. If you come to a tournament to do a streaming activity where you're focusing more on your social media presence and your followers, I think it's difficult to balance that with real chess improvement and winning games and really focus on preparing the games and doing tactics and all that. So it's more one or the other.
Exactly.
And for example, me as a player, when I go to a tournament, if I play by myself, this is one thing. But if I take students and I'm training them, then normally my own chess is lacking some energy there. And maybe Alexandra is having this problem here.
As I understood here, Julia is accompanied by her mother.
Okay.
So that is a bit of help from her side to deal with this, some technicalities. And Alexandra also gets some of the help. So to do it by yourself, it should be too much to deal.
It's difficult to concentrate on chess and on the tournament if you're doing side activities. I see some moves have been played in Kostia Tosa because they're at the back of the room. So let's see what they've done and get an idea. So yes, Atosa dropped back, hitting the queen, and as expected, Kostia decided to do a protection move, and now Atosa put the bishop aggressively, and black played bishop to g7. Now the computer suggests that this position is better for white. However, Ketty, I'm not such a very strong player, but it seems to me I don't really see where white has the advantage in this position. Can you see it? Am I missing something? I just don't see the advantage. And the computer suggests nearly 1 point of advantage. Hard for me to see, really. It looks more balanced to me than with an advantage.
I don't see this is a bit of issue here.
Maybe it's one of those computer advantages that in a few moves drops down. No, it looks to me. I would even go as far as saying that if black is able to double rooks on the F file, I remember a position of Capablanca with this structure. He does that. He advanced the pawns on the queen side, double rooks on the F, and ended up winning a very nice ending. So, okay, here there could be a repetition.
I think this game might end in a draw as well, as
bishop
white is just very
h6,
close
bishop g7.
to...
Of course, if Atosa goes back with bishop, and Kostia doesn't want to draw. He has to play rook to f7. But I can tell you something, Ketty. With this bishop here on h6, now it's not so easy to be able to do any sort of creative play.
There's
with black.
no plan here for Nana. We're struggling to find a plan. If you open up here with the black, the center, your pawns are not so good looking, actually. Your bishop is...
They could become weak.
Well, it's stuck there. So this seems quite equal and stable game.
It might end in a draw. We'll see. We'll come back to this in a while and see if they've decided to play for a draw or to continue fighting.
Another suggestion was to check out Samaganova Alexandra. She's playing on board 80.
Okay, I'm going to put her name in the chat.
We can check it out. Another streamer who is streaming her game.
We have the game here. Mm-hmm. So if she's streaming, I would think that I think she's on the screen. She's on the left with the opponent with the pink sort of shirt, or orangey pink sort of shirt, and she's in front with the black pieces. And we do have the board on the screen now. Mm-hmm. This position normally comes from a Queen's Indian or from an Imzo Indian, depending on how it's gone. And sometimes, when the f-pawn is on f5, we call this, well, Dvoretsky in his books, he used to call this structure a dish of soup, a soup dish.
Soup dish.
Yeah, there's several words. Basically, when you put the pawns two behind and two in the front, it actually looks like a soup dish, a bowl. And it's a very sturdy and solid pawn formation. I enjoy playing this a lot if I get this structure in the Sicilian or in the King's Indian, and the Queen's Indian. Okay, this is a game, and generally white has a slight advantage, but many times this can end in a draw because black has a very solid position. So Samagova holding well with the black pieces against a strong opponent, a strong Indian, Akush Dali, 21-30 player. Tough opponent for Samagova. By the way, Alexander Samagova, if I'm not mistaken, she's 4 times a national women's champion of her country, which is Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan, a small country below Kazakhstan.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure how you pronounce it. You probably know how to pronounce it.
Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah.
She's 4 times women's champion of Kyrgyzstan.
Is it a small country?
I think so.
Really?
But
I always imagine all these.
I think Kazakhstan is very big.
Yes.
Well, I know because I was there and it's huge. And just underneath there's Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and I think they're smaller countries, but I wouldn't know exactly. Someone told me once it was 3 times smaller than Spain, but I haven't looked, so I don't know. I may be totally mistaken.
Yeah, maybe our chat knows that better and let us know, guys, about that. Very interesting position, right?
So many things we get to learn as chess streamers.
That's right.
Yep. Now, her last move, she went away from the defense of the d6 pawn, but she wants to capture the b2 pawn and invade the 7th rank. And this would be very, very good for her. So I'm completely sure that her opponent will not capture the d6 pawn and instead will drop back and protect the b2 pawn with the queen. But we'll see. That's what I would do at least. So let's see what happens.
Michael, yes, very interesting. I will just, for a moment, let's click the games one by one.
Yes.
And you will understand. Let's go first with Dominic against Yagis.
Dominic against
board
Yagis,
6.
Board 6, okay. Okay, let me update the position.
The last position, bishop h2.
Oh, but this should be a blunder, we'll see.
We'll see that. And then please go to board 5.
Board 5.
Here, and update the game.
There's another sacrifice.
Yes.
Okay.
That happened at the same time on my screen and had a moment
nice
to
tactic here.
Screen it.
Very nice. Any more sacrifices or just that?
So far, this is
so far so good. But I think we should stay on the Yagis board because the kid according to the computer, this sacrifice is bad, and it could be losing. So, of course, he's going to take. The knight will come in to g4 with check. And now the computer suggests that he should go up with the king. Always a difficult decision, Ketty. The computer suggests king to g3, and it indicates that here there is not enough compensation for the piece. Ketty, this is very important. Horvath could lose his second game in a row after leading the tournament with 5 points. Heartbreaking.
But to go to this decision, is he thinking that he's now better, or it was a desperation?
No,
out of desperation.
It's difficult to say because he didn't need to sacrifice. He could have played knight to g4 straight away with the queen to h4 move. So I have to think that he thinks that the move is more or less good. And actually, if the king goes back to g1, in this variation, although the computer says white is better, there are a lot of tricks here. A huge amount of tricks here. But after king to g3, I don't see a way for the queen to come to the attack. And if the queen can't come to the attack, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen here. I wonder what he's thinking. Probably knight to f2, probably.
Knight takes f2.
And if knight to f2, then he can come in with the queen at some point with a check. Maybe he's studying these positions in his head, trying to find a way to win, or maybe to get a draw. I just don't know.
And
But,
if we follow like knight g4, for instance?
It's two extra pieces, Ketty. It's a lot of material. I
Rook
think he wants to play rook
f4.
f4 here. But it's so much material. Queen to d1. Looks good.
And
Just
h5.
protecting. h5.
I think Black's evaluation in this position is that he's getting the knight back.
Yeah.
The king is exposed, and this is enough to sacrifice the material.
If he thinks that, then he knows he's getting the piece back and he has the attack. But he's still a piece down. And I'd still be worried here. But more importantly, looking at the computer valuation, there are not so many moves for white to win. He can't play any random move. So when you're attacking and sacrificing pieces, if the opponent only has one move to win, and it's not so easy, that means when he's thinking in his head, he doesn't see so many defensive moves.
Yeah.
So it's easier to sacrifice when you can't see how your opponent will stop the attack.
Let's now zoom a little bit on the players so we can see how they're dealing with the situation.
Yeah. I'd like
You
to
can
see the face of Horvath now.
Yeah, he
to see the
seems
confidence.
very calm. Maybe he just have a poker face, or he has no other choice.
I don't think he has another choice, Kitty. I really think that when he sacrifices the bishop here, I really think that he thinks it's a good move. Because he does have a choice. He has this knight to g4 move, which we were looking before with the piece sacrifice, and that was very interesting. So I do think, look, a move has been played.
The move has been played, and obviously white captured.
White captured.
He plays right away knight to g4.
Knight to g4, but this is an only move. And now I do think that Yaris will have to think. Hold on, he might play instantly, but normally he will be thinking here a few minutes to drop back with the king to g1 or to face more danger with king to g3. The computer says king to g3, but of course the computer is the strongest. What would you do if you didn't know the computer evaluation here, Ketty? Would you go king to g1 or king to g3 if you didn't know what the computer was saying?
King g1 is safest here to me.
I would go to king g1.
Yeah, like why to play king g4, or sorry, king g3, because it's obviously heavy pieces are still on the board, and
I can tell you for sure that if I am white here and I don't know the computer evaluation, I'm playing king to g1, for sure. And by the way, the
King G1?
computer has
Yeah,
just
it changed
changed.
the mind,
It's just
yeah.
changed. When the computer gets to a higher depth, it says that king g1 is a better move. So in that case, it's highly probable that Edgard Mas will go to g1 with the king. And here, to continue the attack, it must be queen to h4 or queen to d6. And queen to d6 means a piece sacrifice. But I'm going to look at it just in case. Let's sacrifice the knight as well. See what happens if a queen appears on this diagonal. Do we have a mate here? Yes or no? The king goes to h1. And I don't see a mate.
Yeah.
Can you see a mate?
No.
I don't see a mate.
I don't see a mate. Black has not enough pieces. I mean, white has too many pieces, and they are guarding the squares. So
all the key squares around his king are guarded by the knight, the rook, and as soon as the knight moves to f3, the queen also comes into the defense. So not enough for a win.
Not enough. He has left the board. Maybe at this point he already understood that there is not much, and very often you just want to leave the board when things are going to a wrong direction. Michael, let's take a look at the other game before we head to our second break, and that is just next to it. Kerelis against Puranik.
Okay, so we were here just a moment ago. Black sacrificed the piece, recovered the piece with the check. But of course, if he captures the bishop straight away, then he was going to lose his rook on a8. And all of this was calculated by Puranik in so fast. And rook to f1, preventing queen to f2. Okay, so now he takes. But this is unbelievable. Ketty, this is unbelievable. Look at the time of Manu. 43 minutes, yes? Let me go back here. I remember when he played b5, he was on 47. Mm-hmm. So in 4 minutes, he calculated all this sequence.
How is that possible?
He's very good calculating. He calculated all of this sequence. And the thing is, look at the computer evaluation. It gives equal. Mm-hmm. So he calculated it and came up with the computer evaluation that he was, even though he's lost a rook for a knight, his position is more or less equal. That's impressive.
Yeah, another thing is that we can see them on the screen right now, and we can see it's white's move, and the black is also in deep of the calculation. He's not wasting time. Look at him. He's so focused.
Yeah.
I think he has this technique, as a lot of grandmasters are having. They are using the opponent's time, saving their own time.
This is difficult. I normally, when my opponent is thinking, sometimes I'm sitting down, but rarely I'm actively calculating variations. It's difficult for me to calculate variations when I'm not sure what my opponent is going to play. But Puranik, for sure, has developed this capability to be able to calculate accurately variation. Look at him. Yeah. It's his opponent's turn, and he's completely focused on the game. I'm normally walking around and saying hello to friends and looking at other games. That's why I'm not a grandmaster. Among many other things, that's why I'm not a grandmaster. If I'd learned to sit down and spend my time, so many games I've had winning positions as grandmasters, messed it up, and then at home, when I'm analysing and I see the mistakes, I remember, oh, this is when I went to talk to this. This is when I went to say hello to. This is when.
Oh no! Really? Oh no!
Yeah, it's happened to me. Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah. I lose the concentration, and then I make a mistake.
I actually love to. I love to walk, but I love to think. I love to think. And for instance, there are people who knows what's going on the other boards as well, like super grandmasters. They can play their own game and also play others' games. Nishikori, Hikaru Nakamura, they're playing their own games and also playing Magnus games, right? So they, in the end of the day, they know what's going on. And myself, I barely can notice that people have left the playing venue, even though I'm there.
If you're one of those people, that's very good, because I was one of those who would lose my game, but then go to the rest of the players and say, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? And they would say to me, so you know more about my game than your own game. But what did you do? I lost. So,
Yeah.
But Giri does it and wins, which is the difference.
They're good actually. Michael, the way how I was training this technique, one of my coaches taught me, it was very, very useful for me. The coach, which was also the coach of some of the very top grandmasters back in the Soviet Union. There's a term of Soviet Union chess school, and he taught me this technique, which I was very often using. I was working the chess, opening or the calculation, whatever. I had the headphones, and I was listening either news or music, which is very hard. You can't concentrate, you can't listen, you cannot think. And then, if after some time, when you push yourself, I realized that I needed at least like 20 seconds to switch off my mind and only think about the position. So in the end of the day, I had no idea what music I was listening. I had no idea what was the news about, but I could work with on the board, and that was also very good noise gates thing, because sometimes, especially when you are a kid, a lot of things are happening around you and it's very hard to concentrate, and you can't deal with the noise around you. And this was very, very nice technique.
Sounds good.
It's very nice.
If you're able to concentrate with noise around you in your headphones, or then it's going to be easier. It reminds me of something another grandmaster, Spanish grandmaster, told me years ago, that in his house, there was always a lot of noise. His parents always making big noise, brothers, sisters. He would close his bedroom room and do chess. And he told me, I'm not sure if this helped me more or less, but being able to concentrate with so much noise around me has allowed me to be more focused in the games, in tournaments, because I don't get distracted by what's happening, because my body has learned to shut out these extra noises. So something for the viewers to learn. If you want to if you get distracted a lot by what's happening in the tournament hall, start training.
It's very good
with
technique,
some noise, and it might work.
And the funny thing with me was that, and also another technique is when you're traveling to long distance. For instance, like I had a tournament in Vietnam, traveling from Georgia to Vietnam with 6 hours of time difference. I was starting my training very late, the same time as the tournament was starting. And same radio all the time. I was listening to the radio, and it was like, I think, very, very late Georgian time. And at some point, there was a day I couldn't concentrate. I could not do it. There are some days like that. I'm listening the radio, and there's a lot of text messages that the host is reading. And the one person is sending greetings to the other person, and like a lot of greetings like that. And I'm thinking, like, how come that you are sending greetings to the radio and not in the person? To the phone, right? And then I realized that I was listening to the program, which was also running in the I think in the jail, like and the people, inmates, were able to listen to that radio at that particular hour. So the family members were texting them some messages, and I understood this, I think, after 1 week of listening this program in the radio, which was like so sweet thing. But I had no idea about this, because if you do this technique and if you train really nicely with that, you can actually just fully concentrate. But there are some days that you just cannot concentrate.
Clearly, Puranik has been able to grasp a technique of training, which is allowing him to be able to focus, calculate well, and in the time of the opponent, which is very good.
Yeah, with that note, guys, we are taking our second break, and by the time we're back, the things will be heating up.
We'll be in time trouble, so don't go away.
This is 8th round, the last round of the Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. We will know in the end of the day how many of the leaders will go to the last rounds. See you in a bit.
Checkmate the climate change. We're close to the climate endgame, and we have an inferior position, but a victorious checkmate to climate change is still possible. We're just pawns in this game, but does anyone know better than a chess player how powerful pawns can be in an endgame? At Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival we recognize the power of isolated pawns, but we love to play in coordination. We can castle and wait, but we always preferred dynamic moves. This is why we ask you to embark with us on this journey to help raise awareness in our beloved chess community. One move at a time, and we'll see if a small advantage becomes decisive one day. We can all together put our grain of sand to save our planet. There's no better game to win. So how are we doing more precise moves now than we used to? Less paper, more digital. We stopped using tons of paper to publish and distribute results in pairings, announcements of lectures and side activities, etc. Emails and WhatsApp messages have become our bishops to rapidly spread our messages, and our screens strategically placed across our facilities help cover all squares, so that no one can move without knowing what's going on. It's not only sustainable, it's convenient. Cell phones may be the enemy of fair play in the playing halls, but they are our best ally outside them. We developed our own app for iOS and Android that you can download and open anytime, while not playing, to be up to date with what's going on in our chess festival, and without any risk of being blamed for cheating. It's also available in the smart TV of your room. And what about accreditations? Here's the deal, don't throw them, because with just a little water and minimal care, your accreditation, printed on paper with seeds, will germinate and become a plant. When you're home it will remind you of the memorable moments you spent at Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and it will cheer you to help us to be just part of the opening of the chess community's game against climate change. Don't get it wrong though, our accreditation won't grow green chessboards. Electronic score sheets are arriving, but we may need some extra time to adopt them. Players will need to keep on writing. However, when printing is necessary, we try to use recycled paper. Less plastic. We may not be able to make it disappear immediately, but we're looking to leave plastic in Zhuangzhuang. Quality and attention to details has always been part of our identity sign at Sunway events, so we're not cutting anything. Will we still be giving pens for notation of score sheets or gifts to participants? Let us keep the surprise, but, if we did, who knows, they will preferably be made with biodegradable and ecological materials. What about free water during the rounds? We will be using sustainable packaging, and we will ask players to take a small step towards sustainability to have their ecological bottles refilled. While we love online chess, over-the-board tournaments like Sunway are a unique experience to take part in. So, what about plastic chess sets? We know we still have many, but we're very aware of time pressure. We're kind of turning back the clock to enlarge the number of wooden boards and pieces in our tournament, in a timeless move for eco-chess crusaders. Better accommodation. Since 2021, our 4-star hotel in Sitges has the Biosphere certification in tourism, which recognizes our continuous improvement towards more sustainable models. And, knowing that chess players require very well-lit playing halls, since 2023, solar panels installed next to the main playing hall are producing part of our own energy. There are many other measures that Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa, venue of the Chess Festival, has been introducing during these years to reduce its carbon footprint, improve water efficiency or allow energy savings, like changing almost all lighting to LED lighting, or installing motion sensors to activate lights in the hotel's less crowded areas, detecting even the quietest chess players. Sensors in windows and doors limit the useless operation of air conditioning machines when those windows and doors are open. Taps in restrooms have been changed to prevent the waste of water, which is precious in our warm Mediterranean location. Amenities left in the rooms for guests are biodegradable and ecological, etc. All guests at Sunway Hotel and Apartments have free bicycles to facilitate their mobility, reducing the environmental impact of transportation. There's no more enjoyable and sustainable way of entering a game or of mentally analyzing your moves after hours of concentration than to cycle along the seafront promenade. And for those who don't want to cycle, we also provide free bus passes that will allow you to forget your own car during your stay in Sitges. Responsible F&B management. just in case players haven't eaten any opponent's pieces during their games, we make sure they have enough quality food and beverages in our restaurants at Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa. Purchase from local suppliers, when possible, to reduce the impact of CO2 and promote proximity trade is just part of our game strategy. It's not only time we don't like to waste, so we use efficient waste management to get a better endgame position. Selective garbage collection, or use of returnable glass bottles and other containers, are our defense, no matter if Sicilian, Slav, or French, against environmental degradation. And our openings list includes the use of biodegradable and recycled single-use items such as tablecloths, straws, or napkins. Let's talk coffee. It's organic, it's sustainable, and it's in a biodegradable cup. Even our coffee beans are in on this eco-chess game. And we don't forget the quick response QR codes, which are available in our restaurants, and they remind us that a quick response is what our planet needs. Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival was born 10 years ago with a mission, offering quality and taking care of details. We want every player to feel like a grandmaster. It's time to expand that mission for our next editions. We want every player to get a grandmaster in sustainability norm. We're far from perfect, but we're studying, training and calculating to improve. Climate change seems to be using the latest version of Stockfish, but working all together can build an unbeatable database of ideas to checkmate it. Welcome to our Green and Sustainable Chess Festival. a quest for the most complete chess player. Can you think of a chess event where anyone can win, regardless of whether being a grandmaster or an amateur? Can you think of an event where a win counts more than 2 draws? Can you think of an event that rewards players who enjoy playing more chess games? Can you think of an event that combines different chess variations? We think it is possible. It will be so fun that it should not be a closed tournament, but open to every chess player. And there's no better moment than the 10th anniversary of our Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival to announce a new way of enjoying over-the-board tournaments even more. We'll still have an admirable and very strong Classic Chess Open champion. We'll still have Blitz tournaments winners like in previous years. It'll be the first edition of our event when we'll have a player succeeding in a rapid chess tournament. Also, for the first time in our festival, players will go out of their comfort zone in a Fischer Random Blitz chess tournament. And we'll all have fun playing over-the-board bullet games while having some drinks. But here's the big news. We'll count all the wins players can score in all 5 of these chess variations, and we'll add them weightedly, granting some additional points for the draws they get. But be careful. 1 win will never be the same as 2 draws. Grandmasters and amateurs will be mixed in a single classification, in the quest for the most complete chess player. Welcome to the first ever chess pentathlon. Welcome to Sunway Sitges.
Festival Sunway Sitges Chess Festival around 8. Kathy and Michael in the studio. We do have already a sunset in the town, which means that players are very much focused on the chess games. And very soon we're gonna approach to the time scramble situation. Michael, what is the first game you want to see?
So we're about 3 hours in. The fourth hour is always the most tense, and when you basically see all the players sitting down, you hardly ever see anyone standing up in the last hour because there's not much time left and they don't want to make mistakes. I was checking to see if any game had finished. No games have finished yet in the top part, so I thought we could just go over some of the games and see what's happening. For example, on the first board, things are getting very interesting. They're on move 23, so they still have 70 moves to go to the control. Volodar, with the white pieces, has a nice position, a better position, but it's slightly lower on time. So it's not going to be easy for him to make a decisive advantage. But look at this position, Ketty. The position opened up.
Yeah.
I'm expecting that Volodar will at some point double the rooks on the e-file. And what do you think of the black king here in the side of the board with basically no good protection? This is very dangerous.
It
very
seems
dangerous.
very dangerous, and as you can see on the board, black decided to start the king side attack with the pawns and left the king in the center, and white managed to avoid all this, to stop the attack. And for instance, now rook to e1 is such a logical move to hit the pawn on e6.
He's taking some time, but I think he'll end up playing this move because it seems very logical. The thing is, he will win the pawn, probably, but he's losing some of the pawns on the queen side. So what I think he's considering is, can I give up something on the queen side to go for a direct attack on the king? And I think he'll understand that it's the best way to go. Because, as you were saying, these pawns advance, and it might be something aggressive. But what about the king you're leaving behind? He has played.
He has played. He played rook a2,
He
e1.
played the natural move.
Very natural move.
Very natural move.
And for instance, if you take b3 pawn, I'll take with the queen, and then
It's another
with
piece.
3 heavy pieces hitting the pawn on e6. I don't know how you can actually hold this position for a long time.
I don't see him surviving this position, actually.
And Michael, what happens if white has a chance to give up the rook for queen? For instance, if instead of c takes b, how about queen to d5 here in this position?
Queen to d5 to try and hold the pawn with the queen.
And let's say we take the pawns on the queen side and then take the pawn e6.
Yeah. How do you want to do it? Should we take
dangerous
here
is that?
first or take on b5 first?
Let's say b takes c, because if we take a pawn, then black's rook might get into the game.
I agree. Yeah, let's take this pawn, something like this, no?
Yes, and now to take on e6, queen takes e6, then Indian king takes e6. Is there queen e2 check?
Already a queen for 2 rooks. If the king is under pressure, it's normally very good. And here there are so many interesting moves. Queen e2 check, like you suggested. Also d5 check, opening up a line for the knight and coordinating the knight, the bishop and the queen against the king. This is going to be game over very soon, very, very soon. The computer even suggests a move like knight to g5. This is unbelievable.
Oh!
Sacrificing another piece with the idea of being able to access some of the squares here, protected by the pawn. It's hard to see exactly what it's looking
Queen
for.
f3.
But queen f3, and we have all these squares here, the rook behind. This is a disaster for black. So his opponent has played. Inian has played b takes a4, trying to do something on the queen side. And here I was looking before at a move. Of course, rook takes e6 is principle. But I was thinking, do we have time to stick in this move here? Because we keep attacking the pawn on e6, but also we introduce the idea of queen a2. So I think this move is also very interesting.
Interesting.
Not sure which one Volodar will decide on, but he has a very promising position, Kitty. Very promising position.
Very promising position.
And it would be a big upset because he would get to 7 points and leave Inian behind with 6.5. He would be the new leader of the tournament.
Yeah, we can see Inian on the screen right now. Not the happiest person.
He's not
the
looking
happiest Inian we have seen.
But remember
he knows
that
his wars.
yesterday he was also lost in a very aggressive tactical game, and he prevailed in the end. So he might be one of those lucky guys who is able to come back from the attacks.
More than one game, yeah. But here the problem is that it's not so complicated, right?
That is true.
If white complicates this game and gives up the perf rook, then he will be sure with that.
Yeah.
But the good thing here for Inian is the time of order, 8 minutes. Something might happen in this game.
That's what he's banking on. He's banking on having more time and hoping that Volodar, being low on time, will become nervous and not find the best continuation. That's what he's hoping. Let's go to board number 2.
Board number 2, Setroman seems
Setroman.
like he has captured several pawns on the queen side.
That is true. Black has a good knight on f4, very active, but with no pawns on the queen side, it seems to me that I would probably take white in this position, because As soon as my king is safe, I can start launching these pawns. And you know, Ketty, when you have a bishop in the middle of the board and you launch your pawns, it's fantastic because the bishop protects all the squares where the pawns have to go through. And also, as you know, it helps defend the advance of the pawns on the king's side. You know, I think Setumarama will win this game.
Yeah, I would like here, if I were with white, to play a4, a5 right away to kick this pawn as far as possible. Because, like, if I go for a6 pawn, then I drop f2, black's queen will activate. I really like here, if I were white, to have queen on h4. This queen is stuck there. So after a4,
keep the protection here. Yeah, I agree. I like that. Yeah.
And then to play a5 as well, and then you can think to give up f2 pawn, but your a pawn will be already far advanced.
Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that, and it's quite a good idea. Quite a good idea. So that will be another thing that Seturaman will be thinking about. Also, he has quite a bit of time on the clock, doubling Volodymyr. Things are looking very good for Seturaman in the second board. What about the third board between the two American players? What's happening here?
This is the most peaceful game, I think, among the leaders so far. But I really like here white structure more. I like this knight h5, knight h4, knight f5, going there to attack the pawn on h6, somehow to dominate the king side. Black has his ideas to knight c4, to hit the pawn on b2, and maybe even get the 3 bishop of the board. So it is black to move. Brandon is thinking here for his chances, and I think his candidate move is either knight c4 or b4 to open up a little bit the queen side.
I would go with white, but I wouldn't think that he has a huge advantage. I would simply think that white is better, because if I was able to get the knight to f5, this is a strong square for the knight, can't be ejected by any pawns. And we know, Ketty, that a knight on f5 normally dominates the bishop on f8. So this would be good. So really, black does have to be very quick on the queen side and get something going. If not, he's going to end up losing this game. So board 4, these are all the players with 5 points and 6 points. On board 4, we go down to the players with 5.5. For example, Aravind. So where is the Aravind game? Aravind is down here, Aravind against Abdumalik. How is this game going for Aravind, the Indian? Did you know that the worst square for the knight in the whole board is A1? There was a study done in the database of Mega with more than 10 million games, and it was demonstrated that A1 was the worst square to have a knight on. And here Aravind has the knight on A1. But it does a good job of protecting his main weakness. And I do think, you remember we saw a variation where he would sacrifice the pawn and place the bishop on f5. That's what's happened in the board. So it's funny because this position, the computer said white is better. But if I were playing this position with black, I would actually be quite happy with my position with that. I would think I was better here. Wouldn't you think you're better here with black?
Yes, I would feel that I have a very good...
c7, all these attacks here.
Yeah, I have very good compensation for it. And very often the players are just having the mood, like black is the one who pushes the f5 first, then at d5, and you are somehow controlling the whole game. You are you are choosing the directions. We do have a question in our chat, and also it's so interesting. Is it cold in the room?
In the playing
Yeah, I thought in our room. I was like, no, why?
Okay, no.
But then I saw this
the playing venue. Kids like to put their hoodies nowadays, but it's not cold. You can see most of the players are in their shirts, and the temperature in the hall is okay. It's correct. This is a main hotel in Spain, and the temperature is always controlled by one of these regulators, and I think it's probably 24 or 25 degrees.
With so many people in this
and also it's hot because
room.
of the people.
It's not really cold, guys. It's the opposite.
He's not cold. He's just trying to,
look cool.
find himself in his zone, with his hoodie. Kids
Yeah.
love playing with hoodies, and
Hoodies,
it's
yeah.
okay. It's not
Or
cold, no.
or maybe he just went outside. The players can go outside to
That
the
is true.
terrace, and it's a bit chilly outside. So
If you go to the terrace, then you'll be cold. Yes, so you do need a bit of protection. It's funny because in this position, White does have an extra pawn, and there are no immediate threats. But and that's why the computer suggests that White is better. But in practical terms, I'd be slightly worried if I was White here, and I'd actually, if this was a game of you, for instance, Ketty, and I went to say, let's see how Ketty's going, and I see you in this position, I would think the black is better here.
Yes, black
If I didn't know the computer valuation, I'd go with the black. I'd count the material, see that I'm a pawn down, but I'd see all the potential of your position here, and I'd think this must be good for.
and there is
for
also
black.
not so clear plan how White is going to counterplay on the king
That's the
side.
thing. I think that eventually he would like to put his knight on e4 to block the bishop, and eventually end up playing c4. But it's not so easy to do without losing the pawn on d5. So we'll see. But
Yeah, but
Alavin is
like,
not on time. That's a problem.
that's indeed a problem. But I was also looking at the screen right now, and we have a coach here, and we have another player with a T-shirt, right?
Yeah.
So you guys can guess. It is up to a person how you prefer to be. You can be in
course.
your coat, winter coat, and you can be in your T-shirt. So
Also, we have to remember from where each player is coming. Aravind comes from the south of India, where it's extremely hot.
Yeah.
So maybe his tolerance for the heat is different than what maybe Malik has from, I think he comes from Uzbekistan or from Kazakhstan. So look, he's going for bishop to g5.
Bishop.
This is a
G5.
logical move, hitting the queen. It does open up some sacrifices, and the computer actually doesn't like it very much.
it might be
Not quite sure why.
direct answer already for this move.
Let's check what the computer analysis is, because this is a very complicated position to do without the computer. No, there doesn't seem a sacrifice. It just seems you can move the queen away.
Queen to e2,
Queen
hitting
to
the pawn
e2,
e5.
and the pawn on e5 is now a new target, no? So not quite sure what he's going for. But as I said, Kitty, even if White captures the pawn on e5, that would allow Black to open up a new diagonal for the bishops. And this is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. I mean, you could easily get hit by a tactical shot with 2 rooks and 2 bishops attacking your king side.
Absolutely.
So I would stay with Black, even though the computer suggests that White is better. And that is because the players don't play like a computer. I mean, any
If you
view-
ask here, these two
Exactly.
players at this point,
difficult to know, but I think
how would you evaluate the position? I think both of them would say that Black has
enough counterplay,
pleasant
yeah, enough
position.
counterplay for the pawn, yeah. But of course, it might sound to the viewers a bit strange that we say that it's better for one side when the computer says it's the other way around. But I'm not saying that objectively it's better. I'm saying that from a player's perspective, we don't play like computers, we make mistakes, and that means that the danger of the position sometimes is more important than the computer evaluation. Let's go to see another game. For example, the game between Kelidas and Puranik. This one was quite a fun game.
Ooh, look at the king in the center still.
He sacrificed the exchange, and now he picked up a couple of pawns, and now I think he has a better position. Puranik is playing wonderfully this game. Good calculation, good control, understanding the material unbalance. Look at the bishop on d5. This pawn structure with the bishop and the pawn, and the knight on c4. I mean, it's much better than the rook, no? So, yeah, I think Puranik could easily end up winning this game. He has a better position.
Very nice structure.
More material,
the
more
structure
time.
with the pawns or queen side and the pawns up to the king side, this reminds me these birds that are flying from country to country to go to warm
The V
countries.
formation, yes.
Yes. So that's a funny situation, but it somehow divides the board into parts, and White's rook on d7 is another part of the board. A bit
just as well, he does have the rook here, because if the rook on d7 was on b1 or c1, I mean, White would have no play at all. at least with the rook on f7, there are some threats which black has to deal with before he can convert the advantage. So Puranik, Abhimanyu playing very well here. And let's move on to the Turkish kid.
Yeah, let's check it out how these two players are doing after the piece sacrifice on h2.
So I think we can go back just a bit and see how this one developed. So he went back with the king to g1, queen to h4, rook to f1, knight to e3, queen to d3. The kid playing the best moves.
Yeah, it's too much.
And ending up with two pieces and a pass pawn for the rook, which is more than enough
too
advantage.
much material for white, yeah.
As long as he is able to develop the rook on a1, which I think he has been able to do. He put it on b1, so it's protected by the queen, and then on the next move, he could develop to f4. Nice. Hitting the queen, and just in time to avoid being hit by rook takes f1. Now he pushes the pieces back, and gradually consolidates. And when you're consolidated, then you can go on the attack. He's going to win.
Rook e7, no, only move, because if you leave this 7th rank, then e7 was coming with a fork. So rook e7 now, hitting pawn on e6. How white will guard this pawn on e6?
The pawn might be lost in the end, but in exchange, he'll probably pick up either the pawn on c7 or the pawn on d5. There are several good moves here. I think that knight to h2 is good.
I'm actually curious why e6 in that position.
Yeah, not totally necessary to do. We can put the computer analysis on and see if there's a tactic.
It's the first line, actually.
It does give the tactic with knight to h2.
Knight to h. So you are cutting the queen off from the diagonal.
Not so many squares for the queen now. That's
queen goes on h5.
If you go to h5, I think bad things are going to happen with knight to f4 or rook to e5.
G5.
Yeah. Now white is getting a lot of play with his two pieces.
Wow, he's very dangerous. If he sees these moves, he's very dangerous.
Yeah. Of course, it wasn't a forced variation. He could have played knight to h2 first and just consolidated. For example, I probably wouldn't have played e6 so fast. But then again, Kitty, if he doesn't play e6 and black is able to put the knight on e6, blocking the pawn, it'll take a lot more time to win the game. So he probably understands that even if he loses the pawn, he does get to activate his bishop and his rook. Very well played.
Very well played. And also, also, when you are young, you're very ambitious, and the moves like this, you don't very much worry as when you're getting more experience and you think that, I don't know, your opponent is younger, can calculate faster, you're making more safe decisions, and that's why you are maybe missing the brilliant moves or the best moves, but kids at this age, they see the ideas and they are not scared at all.
But I mean, 12 years old, I mean, he's really, we were talking the other day about this kid from Argentina, Faustino Oro. He's very good, exceptional. But when you see these other kids who are only 1 or 2 years older than him and they're crushing grandmasters, it makes you think that there are so many talented kids. Who will be the next world champion? Possible to know. Because the thing is, you remember this Chinese kid who was so good, Wei Yi. Wei Yi, he was absolutely unbelievable with 14 and 15 years old. He was crushing everyone. 2,700 points with 15 years old. He was brilliant. And I actually interviewed him in Baku, and I told him that I followed his career closely, and that he seemed to me to be an absolutely brilliant player. But then he stopped. At some point, he couldn't progress with the same velocity as the other players. Reasons, you never know.
You never know,
You never know. It could be motivation. It could be family situation. It could be country situation. There are so many factors that can take a player out of the
interests as well.
Other interests.
You have a different interest.
Family situations. So and above all, Ketty, motivation and determination. For example, Magnus Carlsen, I remember interviewing when he was 14 years old, and you could see fire in his eyes. Then, and every year, you could see that the only thing he wanted to do was to become the world champion. And I'm not sure if all these kids have the same motivation. It's difficult to know.
The kids we see here,
this kid,
you can read on their face
this
what they are
good.
planning to
This
achieve.
kid,
Michael, the other day we had here the Blitz tournament, and Faustino's playing like crazy, and Aegis was watching that.
Yes.
So we had two youth players, very, very talented players, the future of chess. And there was a Dominguez watching also this game. And
I saw
was
a photo of that,
wow.
Dominguez was looking at the kids who, in a few years, will be Dominguez in the year 2001. In the year 2001, Dominguez became under 18 world champion in Spain, in Castellón. And I was there because Vallejo was also playing that tournament. And already then, you could see he was a hugely talented player. But he didn't explode in the following years. He just kept grinding, became the best Cuban player, and then went to live in the United States. And he has never been one of these Magnus Carlsen or Karjakin or one of these really top young players.
Talented,
he grinded, which is another way to get to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we have a question in the chat? Can you both of you commentators also participate in all the fun side activities that are organized?
I can tell you that Ketty is in all the activities if she can, and I'm in some of them. I like to be in some of them.
Can you believe I missed the party? I missed the biggest party that we have.
Really? The Saturday night party. Yes. I was in Madrid. I went to another party. I went to the wedding of a good friend, and I was in another type of party. But how come you missed the party and the photo shoot? Really?
Yeah, photo shoot is fine, but party is not fine. The thing is, I don't know. I also skipped the day dinner, so I think I was just very tired. I just laid down for a bit to rest, and next I woke up. I think it was like 1 a.m. or something because of the music, and I stood up. I was like, oh no, party started. I checked the time and I was like, oh no, and then I looked myself in the mirror and I was like, Katie, you go back in bed and continue to sleep. You don't look like you're the person who has to be at party right now.
Sometimes this is what you have to do. When you're commentating, you're in the afternoons. It's long hours. You have to concentrate, and then in the morning, sometimes you just prefer to relax. But I've been to one or two of the master classes, and also I've been to one or two of the seminars, of the lectures. And basically, there's so many side events here that every player decides which of the side events he wants to attend. It's not necessary to go to all of them. You just choose 2 or 3. And focus on your main objective here, which is for them to play and for us to commentate. So
it's just basically if you have free time or if you have energy, you can go anywhere. We have the schedule, and every moment something is happening. It's just up to your energy and your time. And on top of that, we have very often some special days, like we had a Mexican day in the restaurant. We had also some Asian days, and the food is accordingly. So it's a lot of fun, guys, here.
So we have a critical position in the board between Girel and Vignesh. We were following this game before, and Black was doing quite well. He's just put his knight on d3, attacking the rook on c1. The thing is, he can't capture the rook because it's being pinned. So what to do now? The computer suggests there's only one move to be able to keep the advantage, which he's just played, rook to b8. He just found this move. Now, of course, the thing is, we attack the knight, although it is protected, but we threaten to capture the bishop and then capture the knight. And if White captures the pawn on c4, then I think there's going to be a tactic with rook takes e3 and followed by rook takes the knight on b6. But I'm wondering about this because maybe after this we could capture the pawn on b2. Maybe this is even a better move. Yes.
Ooh.
Yes, we get a piece back here. And in the end of the
Forky,
variation,
forky.
we'll get a fork, and at the end of the variation, we'll have a pawn and a bishop to try and win the game. So,
Yeah, very interesting position. Michael, talking about forks, board 5, very interesting situation just happened. If we very quickly switch to that.
board 5?
Board 5.
Let's go there.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah.
So if we go 2 moves back,
Yeah.
we had a fork, another fork, and knight went on e5, kicking
Okay.
the rook. Rook went to c7. And after that, black played knight to d3.
So this was a mistake, yeah. Knight to d3 check, double attack, we have to capture, and then bam, and the rook is dead. And this means that with high probability, Abin Manu will win this game.
Yeah.
Because he has, how much, 2 extra pawns, free of charge.
Very
No-
weak king for white.
Very weak king. Probably you will have to capture here, at least to weaken a bit the pawns. But okay, we will do this move here, get the rook into play. This is completely lost. This is going to be a win for black here, most probably.
Yeah, and there's next board, we do Pranesh. We do have also very weak king board 8 against Kushka. If we go to the
Okay.
to the final position, let's see what we have. The weak king for black, king to a7.
Okay.
White's queen in the center, rook on the 4th rank, and this seems very difficult for
Doesn't look
black.
good. But there is this knight jumping to f4. So this is one of those positions that you really have to finish him off, because if not, he can come back and finish you off, which is the computer move. Queen to c5, that seems very sensible. And against, for example, king to b7, what are we going to try and do here? How do we finish this game off? What do we need to do? We really need to get the rook into the attack. But how to get the rook into the attack here? It's not so simple. Maybe bring the knight to e5 at some point. That looks like a good move. But although the computer gives a decisive advantage for white, I don't see a direct win. And it's a bit worrying that white's king is still unsafe. So I'd say this should be winning, but you have to be a bit careful.
Precise, yeah.
You have to be a bit careful.
I think what engine is suggesting here is queen d5 check.
Okay, that's
queen
where we were before.
Yes, queen d4
Okay.
check. And then rook e4. So the queen from
Okay.
the d4 square guards the 4 square.
Yeah, very important. This.
f4
I
square
agree.
is also guarded. So
Yeah. And from here, at some point, if we make our king safe, then we can bring the knight into the attack. Yeah, this is very nice. This allows us to attack without allowing black to play knight to f4. If he finds this maneuver, then I think he will win the game.
yeah. He needs to spot it out.
It's unbelievable. There's practically no games have finished.
All the games are in
all-
progress.
yeah.
Actually, Aravin and Abdimalin, we also have some decisive situation. So this is board 9.
Okay, here, this was the position we were talking about before. Let's see how this one is developed. He played queen to e2, rook to c7, knight to e4, and already this seems like a mistake. So it was so easy to make a mistake in this position. Rook takes c2.
Oof, nice.
I wonder what he's missed. Rook takes c2. Oh, he sacrificed the queen. Was there no other move here? Because this is obviously lost.
I think there was knight g5 move
So
there.
what happens if he moves the queen?
Knight, oh.
But where
no,
to
no,
go
no,
to?
don't do it.
First of all, where to go with the queen? There's hardly any square to go to. Let's say he goes to...
Can we do some funny thing like queen to d3 or
But what about the knight? I mean...
I know. I see.
Okay.
There, knight takes,
Yeah.
bishop takes. The rook
Bishop
is under
takes.
attack. You go rook somewhere. Rook h2. You take the pawn.
Why not? Let's say rook h2.
Yeah, and I take knight to g5.
Well,
no.
I see. But it's check.
Oh, no.
It's a pity. I saw what you wanted to do. It was well thought of, Ketty, but the check.
The check,
Yeah, things were not working. But this goes to show, Ketty, that although the computer was saying that white was clearly better, we were saying that from a human perspective, black's attack was stronger. Who was going to win the game? Black. And not so difficult.
Yeah.
Just one mistake. So be very careful, the viewers who are looking at positions using a computer, try and use your common sense as well. And try to see look at the position from a human point of view and think, although the computer says I'm better, if I were playing the position, how would I think about it? And, I mean, white has a knight on A1, and all black's pieces were attacking, and he's won. But let's go one step further. We
have a suggestion, knight G5 move here, which I actually decided not to even consider. Is it a move?
I don't think so, because rook takes queen will be check.
Yeah. And then you don't have any...
If it wasn't check, it would be good. No, I think we have to move the queen away. The thing is, let's say I go to F1 with the queen. We have to see if black has a move to continue the attack. It says moves such as bishop to D2 or queen to C8 or queen to C7. But you know,
I like bishop E3, bishop D4.
Bishop
if that
E3,
works,
D4 is good. But you see, Ketty, I don't understand why he sacrificed the queen here. His position is not so bad to have to sacrifice the queen. Maybe he just thought that he could hold with the two rooks against the queen. But of course, the attack is much more important. He puts the bishop in the center, and now when the queen eventually comes in for the attack or captures this pawn here, the game is lost.
Yeah.
Maybe the best option here is to sacrifice the exchange and try and hold this position here with b3 and king d3. Okay, the computer says it's lost, but again, from a human perspective, sometimes it's the best option. Bishop, pawn plus rook, and try and hold. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in this game indeed. We already are arriving into very dangerous territory when the players have few minutes on the clock.
Here we have a draw between the two Americans. The computer does suggest that white was still better here. So the draw is certainly surprising. But maybe white didn't see his advantage as being so much. But Ketty, between ourselves, I would never give a draw here with the white pieces. I mean, I have nothing to risk, and I have a lovely knight on F5. Why would I give a draw? I just double rooks, get my bishop here, put my other rook here, G4, King G2, King F3, King F4. What reason do I have to give a draw here? Maybe Brian is playing for the Grandmaster norm, which is something at the back of his head, and just wants to, every day increase his score and get his norm. And that is his objective.
Yeah, maybe not so bad to get closer to your eventual goal.
Yeah.
So
it's very easy for us from outside to say, I would have. Of course, they don't know the computer valuation. What else do we have? Let's see the kid, how he's going.
We have also a very nice knight end game. Later on, we can check it out.
Tell me the board, and we'll jump there.
Jing Giao against Petro Gushkulko. Something is going on.
Well, our co-commentators in Spanish are having a great time. One of them wasn't feeling very well, but I think he's much better now. Okay, maybe there's a football game going on or something, but... Okay, so we have a knight endgame here. So it's 5 pawns against 4.
You guys can hear the noises? It's very likely that you might hear the noises.
Maybe, okay. we do have voice cancellations, but who knows? Okay, so it's a knight ending. I was taught when I was young, Ketty, that if you got to a knight ending with an extra pawn, normally it was a win. But the thing they told me was, if the pawn ending is 1, the knight ending is also 1. That's the key thing that I learned. But here, if the knights were off the board, the pawn ending isn't 1. Yeah. So this might be a draw because white has the extra pawn.
But black's king is so active.
Yeah, and the pawn's a double as well. So this could be a draw. The only worrying thing is that the knight on a3 is trapped. But to capture it, you need to let it go out.
Yeah.
So it's a funny sort of zugzwang position.
Oh, maybe white is trying with a5 to zugzwang now.
He wants to do the zugzwang.
Black's pieces. But here's the thing that, for instance, if I play knight to b5...
That's the key idea. Let's see what would happen. We can do it ourselves. Knight to b5. He played king to d6.
Oh.
But let's see what would have happened. Knight to b5. I'm supposing that white would capture.
Oh, and d6.
And now d6.
King d6, king d4.
King d4.
Oh, nice.
Now, the thing is,
opposition.
black can't play this. He can't play this. So he has to play his king. But where to go? And here I normally do the counting exercise. So I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's what I normally do in pawn endings. And then
were you calculating on your fingers when you were little?
No, well, I can't remember. I just count. and then I count for black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's not working in my count, but the black king can't go through until I get
winning
here.
some time, yeah.
So really, it would be starting
We're
here.
winning 2 moves, Michael, because after king e5, black cannot move the king.
No move.
And then black has to go back, which makes even more harder
So
the
it's
task.
2 plus 1 going back is 3.
Yeah.
So it'll be 9 against 11. So you'll win with king e5. This is a good way to do very quickly. The only moment when I stop doing counting like this is if it's super close. If it's super close, then normally I do it 1 move at a time in my head. But if it's not close, I do it quickly like that. So he can't play knight to b5. So he went king to d6. And of course, if you bring the king forward, the knight jumps out.
Yeah,
So
he
what to
made
do?
this move actually 1 minute on the clock, so it is really, really nicely done here by Jing Gao, because
You know, this
you can blunder this 6 move.
This might actually be a mutual zugzwang, where black just plays these 2 moves here, but white has to find a move which doesn't allow the knight to come out. But what is that move? There is no move.
I was actually thinking of, like, if we play king d4, knight c2, and knight
way.
gets out. But how about knight e4 check, giving up the pawn, and then knight f6?
Okay, I like this one. Let's go for it. Take, check. 1 second to check. Probably I'm going to play king here, but probably. Take. Not forced, but I think I should take. And now maybe the king could go here. This would be a good chance to try and win this position. Okay, I'm going to carry on this variation. I'm going to go here. He will take. And now I'm going to cross the board and try and get to here.
Knight c2, I suppose.
Knight c2.
Oh, the first game has ended, and Walter Murzin won against Inyan Pa.
We'll go quickly to see this.
Yeah.
But this ending probably will still be a draw because too many pawns are being exchanged. Let's jump back to the first board and let's see how Volodar won the game. So we left it here, and let's see what Volodar did. He played b4, rook e8, queen c2, hitting the pawn on a4, but also putting an eye on these squares here.
Yeah.
Knight b6, h4, nice. Only move g4, and here comes the sacrifice. Nice, nicely done, because this opens up lines here, here, and here, and the queen can also participate. Nicely done, very nicely done.
He just gave up the piece. Just not even. It's not even a follow check.
There's no check, but this is, dare me to say what each player has calculated. The computer says equality, but sometimes this is called, oops, I did something strange here. Can I go back?
Oh, it's not you. It happens in my screen too.
Let's try and get to the position again. It's called one of these intuitive sacrifices. You don't calculate to the end because you don't know. You can't calculate to the mate, but you see if the opponent has any clear way of stopping your attack. Yeah. And if he doesn't, you go for it.
You go for it, yeah.
So knight to d5 is the normal move to bring a piece to the defense. g6 check. And of course, there's no way. You can't put the king here. You can't put the king here.
You can't capture the pawn.
If you capture, you get hit by a double attack. So you have to go to g8. And probably Murza saw this position here. He visualized this. And he probably thought, my pawn on g6 is worth the rook on h8. It's intuitive and well done. The queen is coming here and here. I'd still be worried about this pawn here, but Volodara went for it, hitting the rook.
Oh, that's a blunder.
g7.
I still don't see
Take.
what's the blunder though.
The threat
Queen
could be
g6?
the threat could be queen g6 combined with rook e8.
Yeah.
It must be around this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He has to give up material. Threatening against this mate. Iliad defends well. Check.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Nice rook f6. Very calm, very collected. And now he finishes off the game. I think he resigned with
nice
this move.
game.
Did he resign with this move? Yeah. He resigned, and now it's lost. Oh, another result. Girel just finished.
Another result, and here we have Vignesh winning his game against Giral, and the game actually continued the way that you were demonstrating earlier.
2 pieces for the rook. And goodbye. Oh, also rook takes knight would probably also win the game, but this is very good. The pawn is too fast. Wow. This is a very good game by Vignesh. He's impressed me with his play with black. Very dynamic, very precise. This was the game we were discussing if it was bishop d2 or knight to d2. We have another result.
Yep.
Puranik finished off Kalenius. We were expecting this with the strong bishop and the extra pawns. So all the games were hard fought, but they get to the time trouble and they start finishing.
Slowly finishing. The game of Yagis and Dominic is very interesting. We can maybe check that out. This is board 6.
Yep.
We do have here in the final position 2 knights versus rook. And here we have it. Yeah.
Here we are. So it's 2 knights for a rook. No extra pawns. Okay, normally 2 knights for a rook should be a win. The only way to save the game is if there's nothing to be able to attack. So how are we going to finish off the game here if we were the white pieces? What plan do we have to do? How do we coordinate our pieces to go for the win? Let's see, let's think just for a moment. How do you really want to put those knights? Which is the weakness to attack?
I think the threat is h5 now.
We want to stop h5, yeah?
Yeah, we want to stop h5 because if black's rook gets active, then
start
it might
changing
go
pawns
for
is
a
bad.
pawn.
So maybe knight to g3 to stop that threat. Let's just play this move to stop the threat. And let's say that black plays a waiting move, maybe b5, for example. Now the thing is, where is the main weakness in black's position to try and go for the attack? What is the most weak point?
I would think to play something like king e3, for instance, b3, and to push the c pawn.
Oh, and make a pass pawn on d.
Yeah,
Nice.
And then king gets on d4, and then d5, and slowly the pawn starts to roll.
Okay, let's go for this plan. So, for example, king e3. Black has to wait. He doesn't have anything else to do. b3. He'll put the rook on c7 most probably. We can go king to d3, yeah? And let's say black makes a waiting move here. For example, I'm just going to put the rook on c8, for example. And now let's go for c4, see what happens. Okay? Take.
Pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, knight takes.
Take with the knight. Okay, and then, for example, he can't play king d5 because of the check. So this is a good position. The knight goes to f5, and we start pushing the pawn d.
You play here, for instance, a4, white plays d5, kicking the king back, king d4, then knight f5, knight e5, and d7. The pawn
This
gets
is-
on d7.
Yeah, this is a winning
Already
position.
tricky.
There is one very, very small chance for black, which will not happen, but it's something to continue the game just in case. As you know, Ketty, if black were able to exchange all the pawns, he could sacrifice his rook for the last pawn and get a draw. But this would be very, very unusual if this would happen.
Yeah.
But this is a reason to continue playing and
why I
wait
have
for a
to
moment
play.
and see if at some point you can get this in.
Actually, black can maybe achieve to trade a pawns,
Maybe he can
but
try.
to trade h pawn
Very
and the
difficult,
g
very
pawn,
di- very
it's
difficult.
not easy.
Very difficult. And even if he was able to do that, he still has to sacrifice the rook of the pawn, which may not be so easy because the knights can hide it. And yeah, I have to think that Yagis is going to win this game. Nearly, I'd say he has a 98% chance to win this game.
Yeah, and shall we go back to second board, set Roman against Volodym here.
Okay, what move are we on here?
Here we have a lot of moves. We saw the last since we saw this
Move
last position.
35, yeah. Move 35.
Three
Okay.
extra pawns on the queen side.
Yep, 3 extra pawns, active pieces, a bit of an attack. There is a threat. Rook takes, actually, queen takes a4 is the threat now with a wonderful mate. But it's white turn to play, and he's just moved, and he has played queen to c6, overprotecting the pawn, hitting the rook, and of course, if there's no mate, it's a question of time. The king goes to a2, pawn goes to b3, and then you start progressing.
I'm actually thinking, Michael, if rook goes on, leaves the a file, is white is planning to play knight to queen to c3 to offer the queen trade.
He did move away. Let's see what would happen. I think it's okay. Not obligatory, but it's okay. Queen to c3, queen takes queen, pawn takes queen, knight to e4, rook king to b2, and I'd say that this position is also a win. Yeah. Yes, because you'll put the rook behind the pawn, push it up the board, and as soon as this pawn gets to this area here, I mean, black is completely paralyzed.
Yeah. On Chess Kid, we have a term, we call this old man chess, when you are offering the queen trade in a winning
That's what I would
position.
do. I would do this automatically. As an old man myself, I would get the queens off the board, and yeah.
Oh, you know, by the way, the day that I was doing commentary here and then at the Chess Kid, I was doing commentary with Mike Clay, Padmaster Mike, and I called him Michael. And for a second, he stopped.
Really?
Yes, he was a bit shocked because his
He's
name
Mike.
is Mike actually in passport, I guess.
Yeah.
But I have never called him Michael. So for a moment, and then in the end of this stream, he's like, for a moment, I thought you were mad at me because you called me my full
Nah,
name.
but you tell him I'm talking to Michael every day, and you know, in England, Michael is a regular name, and Mike is a diminutive.
Yes.
So, or Mickey. But in United States, Mike is an actual regular
Regular
name,
name,
if I'm
yeah.
not mistaken. Of course, Michael is as well, but you will find people called Mike, but
Yeah.
not Michael.
Mike, yes.
And so they might be surprised.
Yes.
So-
He for the moment he was like the face like he saw a blunder, you know, on the chessboard. So I was like, oh, so sorry.
By the way, Ketty comes from, is it a diminutive of Catherine?
It's
or is it a full name?
Ketevan. It's Ketevan. in
Katavan
Georgia.
is Catherine in Georgian, or is it a different name?
It's a different name.
Okay, so
it's a totally different name.
It doesn't have a translation to an English name. I thought it could come from Catherine.
Yeah. A lot of people think so, but we had Queen Ketevan
Oh, nice.
in Georgia. I think this name is Persian name, Ketevan, and so basically Keti is the short.
It's a short
version.
name of Katavan.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and a lot of people in Georgia, especially like older than my generation, their full name is Ketevan in
Okay.
passport.
Okay.
And then everyone calls them Kati. So.
In your case, you are Katavan?
I'm Keti, no.
You're just Ketty in the passport.
I had
okay.
enough long last names, so my parents went easy on me to give me the
Okay.
shorter name.
Remember, we saw this position before, and finally, white has consolidated. The rook crossed the board to the 7th file. The knight came to the attack, and more importantly, look at white's king. He found a safe haven in g1, and now it's a question of time for white to find the killer move, which would probably come from a maneuver with the knight. Actually, Ketty, this might be a very nice finish of the game. The computer is suggesting as the best move, knight takes c4.
Ooh.
And the check here isn't very worrying because of king h2. According to the computer, of course. For me, it would be worrying, but for the computer. And basically, if you capture the pawn,
Queen takes.
I think there's going to be a mate here somewhere or other.
King a5, rook
This
a7.
would be mate, rook a7 would be one of the mates.
And if rook b5,
Rook b5,
rook d6, I
rook
guess.
d6 looks good. It looks good. But
And
I
pick up
would
the
like,
knight.
I would like to capture with.
Oh, there was actually, I just saw that the engine was suggesting queen to c6 instead.
Oh, because we don't want to allow this option, defensive option. So instead of here, it would be like this. Yeah, this is nice, very nice. So white actually has a way to win the game on the spot if he finds knight takes c4. But if he doesn't find knight takes c4, he still has some other very good moves here, such as queen to e3 is very solid. Just defending everything and preparing to play. Actually, the knight could probably even be better on d4 than d5. Yeah,
Because it's cut the
I think Pranesh is going to win this game. By the way, Pranesh, with no title. Let me check.
Pranesh with no title. That's a bit surprising.
No. He's a grandmaster.
Okay.
The thing is, he doesn't have the title on chess.com. He's a grandmaster, yes. Okay, so
Let's get back on the second board because
Seturaman.
Here black had actually 2 seconds on 2 seconds on the clock when he made his last move, queen to f4. Now knight is pinned.
Okay.
Queen c3 still, I like that move to pin
Queen
this
c3 is
knight.
good. Keep the pressure on the knight. No problem there. But, you know, Seturaman, if he can advance the pawn, he'll advance the pawn. And can he advance the pawn?
How about bishop d3? Is not it winning on a spot?
Very solid. Not sure it's winning because the knight is still protected by the queen. What's your idea behind this? Oh, he played rook e1. Oh, this is very good. This is very good. This is excellent technique. Because if he exchanges the rooks, it's quite simple because the bishop dominates the knight. This is very good technique by Seturaman. These Indian
Very
players,
nice,
they're
yeah.
so fast at seeing simple, clear moves. By the way, I called Seturaman's win, you know, I said it here. And if he wins today, he'll be leading the tournament.
Yeah.
So when you survive such a bad position
Yeah.
and then you start winning, everything seems good. Look, something has happened there. Maybe he's resigning.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, the game has
Volodya
ended.
just resigned.
Seturaman
Yeah,
just
yeah.
won the game. That makes him a sole leader of the event. We need to check that out. No, Morzin actually also won.
Yeah, they'll be
And
tied. They'll be
he
tied in the
is
event.
having 7?
I have the feeling that Seturaman has a better tie break, but they'll be tied in the first place.
Yeah, 2 players because the third board has been a draw.
And now I'd like to see a bit more the position of the kid. Okay, so yeah, he did play knight g3. He did play king e3, and now is the moment where he has to decide on this c4 move, which I think is the move he is going to do, because when you have an extra 2 knights against a rook, you want to force a pass pawn and
Right.
and get it going. So c4, I presume, will be the moment. But now they've crossed the time trouble. I'm going to see if there's any other games in time trouble. Let's go down a bit. Fernando Peralta, they're on move. Okay, let's stay here for a moment. We have Fernando on move 38, so 2 moves to go to the time control. He's playing with black against Krishna. So 2-4-5, 2-4. He has an extra pawn,
Yes.
but the pawn on b4 is very, very weak.
Pranesh just played knight to c4 in that position and his opponent resigned. We have the end of the game on our screen.
Which one?
Pranesh against Dimitri.
Oh, which one was that? This is...
With the knight c4. So we suggested knight c4. That's the game.
Oh, here, yeah, Pranesh Dimitri. Oh, yeah, yeah.
8, yeah.
Oh, so he played knight c4?
Yeah, and the opponent resigned.
Wow. Wow, he didn't even give the last check before resigning, you know. Impressive play by Pranesh here in this game. We're seeing very good games, very good technique. Very good. Especially from the Indian players. They're so good, so good, so good, so good.
Yeah.
So underrated. So they play so many tournaments in the country that are not federated, and when they come over, they're much better than their rating suggests in general. And of course, they have Vishanand as a mirror.
It's quite popular it's quite prestigious to be a chess player in India.
Yes, yes.
And they have a lot of programs. They have a lot of schools. Imagine you are studying in a chess school of Vishanand in Chennai.
Yeah.
You are already ahead of everyone in your age.
And also, I have the suspicion, but their work ethic is much higher as well. They have a different understanding of the concept of culture, of effort. But also, I think that the younger kids see on the television, in the press, they see Vishanand, Gukesh, Pragnananda, and they see the attention they get. I mean, when Pragnananda was second in the World Cup, he was received by the Prime Minister of India. This appears on the television. Yeah. So they see, in Spain, this doesn't happen. In Spain, we won a medal at the World last year. That's a huge achievement for Spain. No one received the Spanish players. With football, they receive the Spanish players, but not in chess. That means that these things appear on the television, and the kids see. Wow.
Parents see as well.
Parents also.
Very
they
important.
See, wow, my kid plays chess.
Yeah.
And his trainer says he's very good.
Yeah.
Look at Pragnananda. He's from India, and now he's visiting Modi. My kid's going to do chess. This helps a lot.
Exactly. That's how it works. So I think parents are also seeing great potential in chess because they have also a lot of sponsors in India. We can see all these grandmasters wearing the shirts with the logos of the biggest companies actually in India. So it is very prestigious to be, and they're also sponsored by perhaps by the federation or sponsors, private companies, but their travels are paid, which is a very
always
good.
Helps, of course. Always helps. Okay, so we've arrived at the control. I wonder if it's a good moment to take our final short break, recover a bit of energy, because players have just arrived at the 40-move control, and now they're going to take their time to get a bit slower. And this way we can recover a bit. My voice is leaving me, but I'm still there.
I'll join you tomorrow in that, Michael. I think I'm on the direction. So you guys, we're taking now another break, and we'll be back with our final segment of the round 8 at the Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival.
Don't leave. We're back in a moment.
This is our last segment of the round 8 in the studio. We are Katy and Michael for you, and we do have a few games left at this point. Michael, what is the game we're gonna take a look at first?
Only 4 or 5 games left, but before we go to the top 10 boards for the rest of the games, this position caught my eye. This is a game between Mendonca, Grandmaster, and one of the 3 Fiorito young brothers, Joaquin. And the position here was more or less equal material, equal distribution. But look how fast things fell down for White. There was a trick here, of course. If he captures the knight, I think rook to f1 was the trick that White wanted to avoid. Mm-hmm. So he played h3, which is a good move. And look what happened now. Queen to e5 check, king to h2, knight to c5. Here, he did have some other options. For example, I think he could have tried to exchange queens here, but he went knight to c5, check, block, queen to e7. Now the danger is if this bishop gets to this diagonal, then it will be in big trouble. Yeah. So black played rook to f7, another check, maybe a draw, but no. He changed here to c6, knight to d3, double attack. And look what happens now. Rook to e4, queen to d8, one blunder. After having all the game more or less equal, one blunder. And look, bishop to a3 hits the rook, and there's no square for the rook.
Oh no, you can't leave it because rook e8 is winning a queen.
No square, unbelievable, just one blunder. He found this move here, but check. And knight, good move, getting the rook away with Tempi. And he wins the rook because of the double attack. So in this position here, let's go to the analysis and see what move they're on. Oops. They're on move 37. So really near the time control and both under 1 minute. Very dangerous. But the thing is, Fiorito had nearly 5 minutes and Mendonca was the player with less time. I think he played just a tad too fast here.
Too fast, and
Just
bishop a3 is not a move you
too
might
fast.
consider here. It can be something that
Not
you
so
were
easy to
looking
see.
for, queen c4, rook d4, and some sort of moves. And sometimes you're reaching the situation when you are not considering the two moves. You're just only focusing on one move, and you know that you are not losing that, but somehow the other pops up,
one
and
move.
that's it.
Chess is tough. One move. Here he had both queen f6, which is the most solid move, and the other move was queen to c5. Both of these moves would have holded the balance. I'm sure White would continue trying to fight and find a win, but just one move. I'm not quite sure why he decided that d8 was better than c5. I'm not totally sure, but of course he missed bishop a3. And now he loses the game.
Wow.
Okay, so let's go back
That's a
to...
painful lose.
Very painful loss,
We do have game four
we have
in
4 and
progress.
6. Let's
And 6, yes.
check number 4. This is at Alexenko against Batiev. This is game 4, but the Alexenko has less points.
Yeah, he has less
And-
points, yeah.
Knight against knight, 3 pawns against 1 pawn. We know that the knight endings with extra material are 1. How to win? Normally, you will try and take the king over to the queen side and break the blockader. That's the normal way of winning. Another chance here is to play, I think, to get the king out of the way and make a second pass pawn. And with 2 pass pawns, it's very difficult for black to be able to control. But what do you think would be the best way to do it here?
Yeah, to create a second pass pawn, I think h4 right away would make a lot of
straight
sense.
away, yeah.
Because if you play g4, I can play h5, and this h pawn can be the move that will destruct the black's king. Otherwise, I'm gonna have g and b pawn, and there is not even the chance to get some like pawn in the corner.
That's
so
what I was thinking.
Just
I was going to
like
ask you if you would prefer one of these 2 pawns, but probably best to have the g pawn, yeah?
to avoid
because-
any kind of theoretical draws in the endgame.
Viewers know, of course, that if we are stranded with the h pawn, then the knight, if sacrificing the knight, some chance of a draw. Now he's dropped the blockade. If you drop the blockade, it might make sense now to go with the knight to f3 and try and put it on d4 to try and push the pawn forward. But as you said, something like this seems very, very natural. And go from here, no?
Yeah.
Start pushing this pawn up. Yeah, this is not a simple win, but a very theoretical, clear win. Okay, so Alexenko's going to win. And what about the kid? How's the kid doing with the 2 knights against the rook? Did he play c4?
Yeah, they played actually. He played and he played right away.
He played c4.
Yeah.
Take. Rook plays. King d3. This is exactly the plan you said. Exactly the plan you said. Rook
I play
c7.
like 12-year-old kid.
But this is very...
but very strong.
12-year-old kid.
12-year-old,
But
yeah.
I don't mind playing against like a 12-year-old kid. But this is very, very well played by Dominic. He's losing, but if the knight jumps to f5, he does have this extra h5 trick. This is a good trick to try out here.
Yeah.
And if not, he threatens a check here. So how do we go from here with white? What is the way to proceed? in this
You know
position?
what? I dislike so much this position. Anyway, you can even try knight to f5 here.
Okay.
So if you go knight f5 and h5, there is this move d5.
Okay.
And when king takes d5, now the knight will be guarded. Knight e3 will be
Check
extra.
and
So
take the
maybe
pawn.
I can take it, but I see that the engine drops down and gives some advantage, some chances to
We
black.
have to be careful here, yeah. I don't think that Erdog's son will try to win this way. It might be winning, But he'll probably try
He
and find
needs to
something
find
a bit
safe.
cleaner, a bit
Yeah.
cleaner. But what to do? Because you don't really want to let the rook to come to f3. So is it king e3 again? Is it king e4? I would say king e3. The computer suggests to play knight e4 here, which makes sense, and let the other drop to e3 when he
And
checks.
both knights are controlling
Yeah,
all
and
the
then play
f2,
d5.
f1. Yeah.
This actually makes quite a lot of sense.
If you play rook to f1, then d5 anyway is possible because you take the pawn,
Very
knight
nice.
e3.
Very nice tactic. He can use these tactics to advance the pawn. I think if he plays knight to e4, rook to f3 is the move that he'll play. And now I think knight e3 is very good. And go from here. Let's say he plays, for example, let's say he plays rook to h3 to try and get in h5. And now again, we have this d5. And now, why not d6? I mean, the pawn is starting to go very far away. And if king e6, king d4.
Yeah.
And just keep progressing, slowly but surely, this pawn will end up becoming a queen.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Let's see what he played, because moves have been played.
Knight f5 and h5.
Okay.
Ooh.
There might be a forced win. And in that case, who's to say this is not correct? But it's always a bit risky. What did you say
Maybe
there?
knight to 6?
Knight c to d6. Okay.
Yeah, knight to c d6.
Okay. So you put the knights together, and I have to understand that if he plays rook f6, I think we'll take the pawn, and then maybe with the 2 pawns we win. But this is risking. This is risky. Let's see. Let's see what happens here.
Takes.
Just as an example.
Yeah, this is winning. You just play d5 now.
And the king
It's very
controls this
close,
one.
yeah.
Okay. And what happens if instead of rook takes f6, he goes g4? Is there any risk here?
I
Just to
believe
play-
knight, king e3.
Just play this,
Or
no?
king e4, yeah.
And
Yeah.
play like this, no? We know he can't take the knight, and we just play with the pawns.
Yeah.
Okay. If he's seen this, then I agree that he's found a good way to win the game as well. The tactical way. He goes for the tactical way. Katie. Look,
He
there's
likes
been some moves.
tactics. If rook h7, then
There are moves. He played knight f5, h5. Oh, king e4.
king e4.
Nice. What's he
All
trying to
right,
do
he's
here?
pushing d5, I guess. So if pawn takes pawn, d5. King d7, knight e5. King f6, perhaps.
He wants to make it enjoyable for us. Yeah. This is also very good. But I think that Horvath will go h4. And now d5. King f6. And knight to e5. Oh, this is very nice, actually. And d6. But you have to be careful with this pawn. He's going to win. But this is not what I would call classical technique. This is more computeresque technique. We are allowing counter chances to the opponent because we've seen a forced win. But this is dangerous because if you make a mistake in calculation, then you lose. Classical Russian school technique would say, no, we keep the control of the position. We don't allow necessary counter chances to the opponent. But times are changing, and kids are using more computeresque calculation technique and not so much the general technique of not allowing counterplay. He's about to play now. Let's stay here, because the kid is playing super fast. h4, d5, king to f6. He's just played knight to e5. So for me, as a master, it's obvious that white should win, but I would never allow my opponent to get his pawn from h6 to h4, because I'm allowing him some counterplay if I make a mistake. But Yariz just wants to push his pawn.
He's not planning to make any mistake.
Exactly. I'm not going to make any mistake.
Playing.
Pawn's going down the board. I don't really care if he has his pawn on h4. Okay, now
Right,
Horvath is
d5,
thinking.
king f6 on the board.
Okay, did he play? He played rook
to
h7.
h7.
Horvath had his own ideas.
But like d6, h3, d7 already is...
Let's see, d6, h3, d7.
yes.
You can't sacrifice,
Because
so we
it's a
need
check
we
and...
need to block.
yeah.
And now, careful with this pawn.
Careful, careful.
Okay, so the computer is suggesting something which seems clean. To put the knight on c6 to threaten the promotion, and this pawn will control it with the other knight.
Yeah.
This
Nice.
makes sense. We control one pawn with the knight. He'll have to give up his rook for the pawn, so this will be a resigning position.
Yeah, and he's going for that.
If
At
the kid has
d6,
seen this,
yeah.
then it's perfect. I mean, there's nothing to say. His technique is super clean, although he did allow a bit of counterplay to his opponent. In general terms, not a good idea, but specifically here it is working. So you can't really go against a technique if the technique is working.
If he sees this is a winning, he is not
You don't go
considering it.
against
He
it.
wants to make
Look, he
sure
played
that it's
d7.
still winning.
Let's see if he plays
Yeah.
knight c6 now.
Rook h8.
If he plays knight c6 quickly, he has it all under control.
Wow, he's very impressive.
Yeah.
He's a very impressive guy.
I'm going to ask if we can bring him in. What's his name?
Yagis.
Jakis Erdomus. I'm going to ask in the chat.
Yeah, so he's taking here some time. He has good 10 minutes. Double checking, why not? There is another option to play first knight to g3. That's also still a very good position, but knight c6 is winning on a spot right away. So he doesn't need any, or he can play also king d5 and knight g3 later on. He made a move, and knight to c6 is already played. It's on the board, h2 and knight to g3. I think we're gonna have resignation very soon. And there we go, handshake.
Board 6.
Yeah, we have him already storming out from the board. He wanted to go away, right? And Tchernov probably to go to his parents
I
or
think he wants to go to the
coach.
table tennis. Because I saw him yesterday after the game playing table tennis, and I think these kids, I mean, he wants to go and play some table tennis, maybe have a swim, maybe go for dinner.
Yeah.
But I've put a message out, and
Yeah.
if we're lucky, we
We
might
might
get
get
him in
him.
today or tomorrow. It would be nice to talk a bit to him to
Why
to
not?
understand his approach, his way of thinking of chess.
I'm sure he's very
And,
impressive. There are some kids, when you see their game, it's very impressive. But when they're coming in the studio or you interview them, you are like, wow,
Yeah.
the kid has a wife. You can feel that.
There he goes. I wonder if we'll see him on the table tennis in a while. Okay,
I
so
think
that's
this is
that
maybe
game is
Group
finished.
B, because we don't know these players that well. This might be Group B, actually, the first board.
This is something that the viewers should know. It's very interesting. Sitges is one of the tournaments that has a B group, and the top board of the B group plays in the same area as the top boards of the A group. It's like a sort of prize. They are recognizing that being the first board of the B group is also achievement, although the level is lower.
Yeah.
So they put the board next to the board. So you could be a B group player and play next to Ivanchuk or next to Shidov or next to
Nice.
Lenier Dominguez. That's another incentive to come and play in Sitges. Apart from all the other things, you might have a chance to play in the main group, because the B group plays downstairs on the first
Yeah.
floor, but the first board plays upstairs in the Atalaya with the rest of the top players.
Yeah, in Group B, we do have one sole leader with 6.5 point Kao Jamison Erdic.
So candidate master, yeah?
No, it's not titled.
Oh.
And we do have candidate master with 6 points, showing second, third places, Sindrov Islam back. And we also have Mark Monucharian. And
Is there a
those
player
are the
called
leaders.
Sindarov
Sindarov.
from Uzbekistan?
Yes.
Oh, it's
One
funny.
top
It's funny
grandmasters.
because there is a kid here called Sindarov from Uzbekistan. I've seen him, his face. He's the spitting image of Sindarov.
Oh, they might
yeah.
be siblings.
I think they might be either brothers or maybe some sort of cousins, because he's exactly the same. His face is very similar to to Sindarov, who's a top 20 player.
Yeah,
and they come from the
have,
same name and same country. Makes
maybe
sense,
we have a lot of siblings. They have ended the game.
Alexyenko went from another way. He gave up the pawn on b4
Oh,
to
what's
win the
the
pawn on
situation
g5.
here? Can we go full screen? Is it black has lost this game?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I think that's if we could see the reaction of the opponent, he's a bit defeated. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's taken a toll in this game.
And we can see king on d5 and
Yeah.
king on e4. So this is Sindarov, candidate master on the first board. He lost against
of the B group, yeah.
And
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Alexyenko also won his game, which means that basically all the games of the first 10, except for board 10 and board 11. So let's check these games here. We have Krishna against Peralta, and we have Musart against Golami. So let's check first Musart and Golami. Now before, Golami seemed to be winning very clearly. Now it's a 2 rooks against the queen position, which is always a bit more shaky. Golami has just played this move a3, which is quite interesting because it sacrifices a pawn. Now I need a moment to understand what the idea behind this move is. I think it might be related to the advance of the d pawn. But what I don't understand
why don't need the pawn on b2? Like why?
Yeah, well, why do you give up this pawn? It's hard to understand. Maybe. Okay, this is a stretch, but maybe we need, in some variation, access to these squares here. C2 and A2 with the queen, but this seems very far stretched to give up the pawn.
Or he might plans to get the bishop on c3 somehow. He worries about g7.
That could be important. Let's check the computer, see what the computer line says. The computer does actually suggest A3.
A3.
So
if we go d3 right away,
D3 straight away, what
rook takes the pawn and attacks the bishop,
okay.
and this might
and
be
against
fine.
d2, rook d1, and here I was thinking, it's a fortress. Okay, or isn't it a fortress? Because here, okay, now I understand. Look at this, queen c2. He has rook a1, and he holds here for a while.
Wow,
but if
very deep.
If you sacrifice the pawn, you can't
no
go back with the rook. This is very deep, very deep. Well spotted by Golami. A3 first, blocking. This is very deep. And now he can go d3, and in the same variation, of course, we're not going to play rook a4, but then we wouldn't be able to come back very deep. Very nice, actually. So there could be an interesting situation here. What is going to happen if white is able to capture the pawn and the bishop for a rook?
Yeah.
So, for example, I'm just suggesting, okay, something like this. Let's say a random move. Okay, here queen c2 would win, no? But let's say a random move. Let's say we get to this position. I'm making silly moves just to get to the position. What's going to happen if we get to a position like this? With a bishop, a rook, and a pawn against the queen. I think here, black could get a draw.
Yeah, rook can go on e4.
Rook in the center.
Yes.
I'd actually think that the player to try and win is white.
Yeah.
But it would be tough. It would be tough. There's good chances of a draw. But of course...
Yeah, why not? H4, rook g5, bishop b5 ideas.
You start getting... Yeah. You could end up winning here. But the thing is, this would not happen because I think that in such positions like this, black can infiltrate with the queen and do much better than the other position. So, okay, we'll come back to here afterwards, but Golami seems to have the upper edge. And let's check quickly the game between Fernando Peralta, who's on board 10, and this end game will most probably be a draw because it's 4 against 4, totally equal material, and the only thing white has to decide now is if to put he just decided knight to d4. Fernando will most probably play king to g6, white will play king to e3, and these two will be shaking hands very soon because, I mean, there's absolutely no way neither of the two is going to win this game. And actually, black should play very quickly f6, because if he doesn't play f6, there's actually a risk that the king can get to e3, and he's worse in this ending. So this will be a draw very soon. Not much happening in the rest of the games. A win. Let's scroll down. Yep, the round is coming to the end. Can we get a close-up of the playing hall, see what's happening there? So Fernando just played f6. He played it very fast.
Tries to eliminate the pawns on the board. So
White has played f4, and this looks like...
And also the pawns are on the same side, so it's not much of the risk here. You should not drop your own bishop on g2, which is not very likely to happen.
He should get it out just in case, but it's still a while for it to be trapped. But, well, as you know, with the pawns on the same side, the knight sometimes is slightly better, but you need more than that. It's not just enough to be slightly better. An extra pawn could be useful, or some weakness. This is going to be a draw.
Yeah, as the round is about to finish very soon, we are just observing the final moments of the boards 10 and 11. We can somehow summarize the day, Michael. So we do had one sole leader, Yin Pa. He won his very impressive game yesterday against Dominik Horváth, but today he lost against Murzin Voldar. So now Murzin, together with Seth Roman, they are sharing first and second places with 7 points out of 8. Yep. Board 3 between two American players ended in draw, so they are just half a point behind them. And then we have a lot of players like Aravin following them, Puranik also following, and Erdogmus.
Also with six and a half.
Ignash is also a lot of Indians, and then we have this 12-year-old, very, very strong international master from Turkey. Those are the leaders group that will actually fight for the top 3 places and mainly the title. Earlier in the chat, there was a question.
I get on 8.5 out of 10 with the 300 plus field is more than likely. And if I had to bet, as I said before, I think Seturaman is playing very well, but Volodar Murzin is also playing very well. Now, which of the two will prevail? Tomorrow's game will be key. Seturaman will play with the white pieces, Volodar with the black pieces. If Seturaman is able to win, I think he will go on to win the tournament.
Yep. So interesting scenario. And then we have our Erdogmus, very, very sharp player who is not afraid of
He's
anyone
crushing everyone.
here.
He defeated Horváth today. Horváth was the early leader with 5 out of 5. 2 consecutive losses. And you know what and this happens after he gave that draw. You remember we talked about the karma?
Yeah.
I told you, he gives a draw with white and then suffers 2 consecutive losses.
Yeah.
You never know when you need to fight. By the way, Aravind is also there. Chitaram Baram has won several of these big open events. He's a very strong player, Aravind.
Yeah.
But for now, I have to put my money on Murzin, or I have to put my money on Seturaman. These are my two favorites, with 2 rounds to go in the tournament.
All right, very interesting. 2 rounds to go. The last round will start early morning, 9:30 Central European time. That's another factor. Might change a little bit of the direction of the tournament because it's very difficult to get out of the schedule and to start the game very easy. It's not
that is true.
Easy for brain and the body to wake up and fight. And what we can have here at this tournament, and we are actually so grateful for that. We don't have draws. We don't have many draws on the top boards. That they are securing their, leaders with. All of them want to win.
A lot of fight. I'm surprised of the lack of. There is a 30-move rule, but still, if 2 players want to draw, it's not so difficult for them to force a draw. There's a lot of fighting chess here. There's so many players in the group. You can't just draw your way to a good prize. You really need to fight, and that is. Something that the organization has done to make sure here in Sitges there's fighting chess every day.
That's right. I think with all the games on the top boards and the leaders games have been done, we can also call it a day. And you guys, we're going to come back tomorrow for the next round, 9th round. But this is a tournament of the 10th round, and we still have 2 more days to see the exciting chess. So see you tomorrow, guys, and thank you very much for being here today with us. Bye.